Mr. Andrew Michael Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica and head of CARICOM, other distinguished heads of state, ministers of government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, good morning. It is my distinct pleasure to invite you here this morning to Africa and the Caribbean Unite, from shared roots to a shared future. I thank you all for joining us here this morning. And as we are running behind schedule, I am just going to run right into the program. At this time, I'd like to invite you all to stand for the national anthem. In the absence of the recorded national anthem, ladies and gentlemen, please forgive me, but may I invite you all to sing the national anthem. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You all did very well. And at this time, I will now invite Miss Elizabeth Agbula. She's a cultural diplomat and the CEO of NTT Global Destinations. And NTT is Nigerians Travel To. Please help me welcome Miss Elizabeth Agbula.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished heads of government, leaders of industry and finance, esteemed representatives from Afreximbank, JN, CARICOM, and global community, Your Honorable, the Prime Minister, thank you all so much for being here. It's with great humility and honor that I welcome you on behalf of NTT Global Destinations to what is not just an event, but a turning point. In 2020, when borders were closed and the world turned inward, we looked outward. We dared to imagine connection when disconnection had become the norm. That year, with a small team and bold partners, we facilitated the first direct flight between Nigeria and Jamaica, what had never happened before. It wasn't a charter for leisure, it was a charter for legacy. A movement to say Africa and the Caribbean must find their way back to each other, not as strangers, but as kin. That single flight became a symbol, but symbols are not enough. So we have to keep building routes, relationships, and regional pipelines. This event, this gathering is just one of the beginning of us trying to do this. We thank everyone who made this happen, Jamaican National Bank, Afro-Exim Bank, and we thank the government of Jamaica for allowing us pinch into the side events, to pinch into the main meeting of the 49th Heads of Government meeting. And congratulations to your Honorable as well, the PM. Thank you so much, and congratulations as the current CARICOM head. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like all of us to give a special round of applause to Elizabeth Abula. And I've asked you to do so because a few years ago, Elizabeth single-handedly brought Air Peace directly from Nigeria to Jamaica. It was a very emotional arrival for us. It was the first free flight, free travel from the motherland to the Caribbean. And so it was quite an emotional experience for us. Thank you, Elizabeth. And Elizabeth has her book she has wrote, and she's on a mission to connect the motherland to the Caribbean. And she wrote a book, I think it's Wings, Roots and Branches, her quest to connect the motherland to the Caribbean. And now I will invite the Acting Chief Operating Officer, Caribbean Office, Afro-Exim Bank, and I do not want to mispronounce his name. I have a challenge with that. So I'm just going to allow him to tell you his name when he comes on. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the Acting Chief Operating Officer, Caribbean Office, Afro-Exim Bank.
Good morning, everyone. I think this is part of the induction process, right? We need to start learning African names. So this is the first test case. So my name is Okechukwu Ihejerika. And what that means, where I come from, all our names come with very rich meanings. So Okechukwu means a special gift from God. So I'm very happy to be here on this momentous occasion where today of all days, we are not just celebrating the 49th CARICOM Summit, we are celebrating a very important day between the life of Afro-Exim Bank and the Jamaican people, which is the day we've just signed the partnership agreement between Afro-Exim Bank and Jamaica. So this event is a befitting sequel to that, because apart from what Afreximbank represents in the region, which is bringing motherland to Jamaica, connecting that, building that transatlantic bridge between Africa and the Caribbean. We're also celebrating a day of African culture here and now. So we thank the organizers for putting this together. And at Afreximbank, we're so happy to have been associated with this event as sponsors. It's very much in consonance with the mission that the bank is doing here. One thing I need to point out is the fact that the initiative the bank has taken coming into the region is something that no other person can lead apart from Afreximbank. No other institution can make it happen apart from ourselves. And I'm happy at the response for the government in the CARICOM region, where they've also given us overwhelming reception to whatever we're doing. And that shows that we're now ready to forge a greater partnership between Africa and the CARICOM. This is something that no other entity can do for us, but we are now rising up to the challenge. And I take special note of the kind of responses we are seeing in the fact that within 2 years of setting up the CARICOM office of the bank, we have already started doing quite a lot of deals. So that shows receptions, and that shows that indeed, this is an idea whose time has come, and we need to build on this momentum. We don't have to let the ball drop. We need to keep forging ahead until we get to that proverbial El Dorado. I listened carefully to the Prime Minister's opening remark during the opening ceremony of the 49th CARICOM Summit, and he emphasized the need for that greater connection with Africa continent. So we see that readiness, and we very much welcome it. It is our desire that through events like this, we use what is at our disposal, which is financing, which is culture, and also some kind of technical exchange to build that bridge that will be a lasting bridge that ultimately also lead us to where we want to get to. At the end of the day, we will take up the narrative of now not relying on third parties to tell the story of Africa and the Caribbean, but making sure we do it ourselves in our own voice, the way we want to, with our culture, with our drum, with everything at our disposal. So on that note, I say thank you very much for joining this event, and I wish you all a very fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I still dare not try to pronounce that name. But ladies and gentlemen, indeed, the time is now for us to form stronger bonds with the motherland. I would now invite Mr. Keith Levy, Chairman of JN Bank Limited, to come and offer his remarks. Please make him welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. Please allow me just a few minutes to, first of all, for my age, put on my reading glasses. I'm not as young as many here. And first of all, to bid you all welcome to a very wonderful morning. So firstly, just a few acknowledgements. Again, to introduce myself, I'm Keith Levy. I'm the chairman of Jamaica National Bank Limited, and I've been in that role for approximately about a year and a half. Acknowledgements, Prime Minister, certainly Dr. Most Honorable Andrew, it's wonderful to have you here this morning. Other heads of state and government in the Caribbean community, it is also wonderful to have you here. Certainly the President and Chairman of Afreximbank, Professor Omora, it's wonderful to have you here. Let me actually make another effort to pronounce your name correctly. It is Orama, correct? Thank you. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Senator the Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith, wonderful to have you. And of course, we have the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, the Honorable Olivia Babsy Grange. It's wonderful to have you. Um, my predecessor who spoke, of course, the representative of Afrexim Bank, and we also have here many members of the Jamaica National Group. Um, we also have, of course, the representatives of the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica, the PSOJ, the peoples of the Caribbean and African communities, the members of the media, and of course, everyone else who altogether are distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Okay. It is with pleasure and optimism that I greet you on behalf of the Jamaica National Group at this African and Caribbean Unite Conference. I apologize for the absence of our Chief Executive Officer, which is the Honorable Earl Jarrett, who is unfortunately currently overseas. Today we meet in this forum to identify practical ways to solidify the relationship between Africa and the Caribbean for the advancement of our people. Trade between Africa and the Caribbean dates back to the 15th century, when the Europeans, in their search for wealth and prosperity, introduced chattel slavery to solve the need for labor on plantations in the Caribbean. The impact of slavery is still being experienced after 400 years, as the foundations of the economies of many countries were built on trading with Europe. It is interesting to note, however, that although the people of Africa were forcefully removed from their homeland, there is retention of large elements of Africa in the Caribbean. This is evident in our traditions, in our language, including words from the Akan language, in some of our religious practices, in our food, and in the movement of our bodies. I reflect on the life of our Jamaican national hero, the Right Excellent Marcus Garvey, who had a vision to connect the African diaspora through the Universal Negro Improvement Association, the UNIA. And he sought to address the transportation challenge by investing in a ship called the Black Star Liner. So it is funny that even today when we talk about ferry travel, even in the recent CARICOM conference, we're going back to that framework. Unfortunately, Marcus Garvey was not successful. However, today, we have the means to connect our people without a ship, but with varying forms of technology. Africa is alive in our people. The Caribbean people are part of the African diaspora, and as such, we must take advantage of the opportunities that are available in Africa and the Caribbean. You can fight against many things, but you cannot fight against the demographics of the world. In 25 more years, by the year 2050, 1 in 4 people on this planet will be of African descent. The late Jamaican reggae artist Peter Tosh stated in a song titled African, "Don't care where you come from, as long as you're black, you're an African. Never mind your nationality, you have got the identity of an African." Resounding words. With the formalization of an agreement between Jamaica and the Afrexim Bank, the way is now clear for Jamaica to access and deliver a financial bridge between Africa and the Caribbean. The Caribbean needs the diversification of financing for important initiatives across this region, including investments in infrastructure, technology, and cultural assets. We also note the growing economic activities in Africa in the areas of science and technology and medicine, coupled with the fact there is a young, educated population who can purchase goods and services and visit the Caribbean as tourists. Through trade and cooperation, we can and shall achieve mutual economic growth. The Jamaica National Group, as many of you may know, was established in 1874 to provide a pathway for the recently emancipated slaves who, while being released from physical bondage, had no opportunity to enjoy financial freedom. Jamaica National provided that financial opportunity for the free African to acquire assets, to enjoy freedom. And today's forum is yet another means of identifying and facilitating financial and economic freedom between the regions. I have noted there are similarities in the objectives of Afreximbank and the JN Group and NTT. And all of this interest comes about in bridging transportation links and other links between Africa and the Caribbean. And this event creates a pathway for the movement of people, goods, and services. I invite you all to participate in the panel discussions and to enjoy the African products and entertainment that will be served and given out today. In the words of Neil Armstrong, an international astronaut, when he landed on the moon in 1969, he said, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." Today is one giant step for the Caribbean and Africa. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Levy. I think I may do a little better here, ladies and gentlemen. Our keynote speaker this morning is His Excellency Professor Benedict Okechukwu Orama. He's the president and chairman of the board of directors of the Afreximbank. Please make him welcome.
Thank you very much. Your training just happened very quickly. Very smart woman. The Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, Honorable Prime Ministers here present, Honorable Ministers, representatives of Gen Bank and Afreximbank, our dear sister, Mrs. Abola, the founder of NTT Global Destinations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor to address this esteemed audience. I thank the organizers, NTT Global Destinations, for the opportunity provided. Today we gather not just to celebrate our shared heritage, but to forge a bold, united future of economic empowerment, cultural harmony, and sustainable progress. A future where Africa and the Caribbean can thrive as one united family. Honorable Prime Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, growing up in Nigeria, I was a big fan of Bob Marley and of course Peter Tosh and Jimmy Cliff. But I was captivated by Bob Marley's redemption song, especially its lyrics celebrating the resilience of our shared ancestors. That same spirit resonates here in Jamaica and across the CARICOM. From Barbados' historic Bridgetown to Guyana's lush rainforest. It is this shared knowledge of our collective history that is crucial for the new Africa-Caribbean relationships that we have set in motion for our collective benefit. Marcus Garvey, Jamaica's visionary son, was right when he said, and I quote, "A people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots." Our knowledge and celebration of our history and heritage have kept our roots intact. These roots spanning Africa's ancient kingdoms, from Africa's ancient kingdoms to the Caribbean vibrant shores, ground us and hold us in an intricate web where our people can flourish together. Current geopolitical tensions, with their trade disruptions and economic distortions, expose the fragilities of our respective economies. The world has become polarized, with globalization giving way to de-globalization and new protectionism. Supply chains that once integrated our economies into global markets are fraying, threatening the little progress we have made in these past few years. For too long, we've relied on external aid and grants, even when history teaches us that sustainable development is driven internally and not from handouts. And today, these two have gone with the wind, and we must rethink our development philosophies. An opportunity that Afreximbank is willing, able, and ready to share with the leadership of the CARICOM. Our shared struggle fuels an unstoppable resolve for socioeconomic emancipation. There can be no better opportunity to complete our independence struggle by adding economic freedom to the political independence achieved decades ago. Caribbean and African nations have a unique opportunity to choose self-reliance on the platform of opportunities offered by increasingly stronger regional multilateral financial institutions such as Afreximbank. This will pave the way for developmental progress on our own terms. Inspired by the vision of Kwame Nkrumah, we recognize that the true progress for Africa and its diaspora is incomplete without the full empowerment of all our peoples wherever they may be. In a world where strength often overshadows justice, the over 2 billion people of African descent spread across the globe, which we collectively refer to as global Africans, must unite as a formidable economic and cultural force. Our collective power is undeniable, but it requires a cohesive platform rooted in shared goals and mutual support to transition or transform the potential into action, building on partnerships with like-minded economies of the South. The dream of an Africa-Caribbean partnership pulses through generations. Afreximbank is now turning this vision into reality. Since 2021, inspired by African Union's declaration of the diaspora as Africa's sixth region, Afreximbank has developed a 2.5 billion project pipeline across tourism, ports, airports, fisheries, industrial infrastructure, and banking and manufacturing, with nearly $1 billion already in approved loans or under implementation. For instance, Afreximbank's role as coordinator and mandated lead arranger for the recent $1.6 billion syndicated term loan to Surinamese state-owned oil company, Staatsolie, is proof of the financial capacity and restructuring expertise Afreximbank can bring to partner states in the CARICOM. We have financed school reconstruction in St. Lucia in response to climate-driven damages, supported trade finance expansion in St. Kitts and Nevis banking sector, upgraded the sports complex in Barbados to boost cultural and entertainment ties, funded a trade exhibition hub as well as an SME sector in the Bahamas to promote regional commerce. We are also supporting major road infrastructure upgrade in the Bahamas and supported tourism and hospitality sector in Grenada. We're also there when many countries suffered hurricane damage recently, providing grants to support those that have been displaced. Driven by Afreximbank support, a further $1.5 billion in African investment opportunities are under implementation or discussion across the CARICOM. Earlier this morning, Jamaica joined Afreximbank, bringing the total number of partner states to 13 of the 15 CARICOM nations. That singular move unlocks a further $1.5 billion in credit limit from the bank to the region, providing an incredible opportunity for an even greater transformative impact. Jamaica's decision now makes it possible for the bank to move forward on millions of US dollars of proposals already received from Jamaica, including a potential investment in a fund targeting provision of long-term capital to SMEs here in Jamaica. It will also add impetus to the ongoing efforts to launch a direct air connectivity between Africa and the CARICOM. Apart from these financing interventions, we look forward to the operationalization of the Caribbean Payment and Settlement System, which is an adaptation of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System Afreximbank is operating currently in Africa, and which sees transactions rise on a monthly basis by 1,000%. These systems, when connected will facilitate intra-regional trade within and between Africa and the Caribbean using our local currencies. The Afro-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum, which is now in its 4th edition, has transitioned from being just an event to becoming a platform for facilitating free flow of investment capital, including technical exchanges between Africa and the Caribbean. I take this opportunity to invite you all to the 4th edition taking place in St. George's, Grenada, between the 28th and 29th of July, 2025. I also warmly invite Jamaica and the private sector to participate in the Inter-African Trade Fair that will be holding in Algiers, Algeria, during 4th to 10th September 2025, where we expect more than 30,000 visitors. And that is the main marketplace for engaging Africans. Many CARICOM states have been participating, and we take this opportunity to invite you, as that will open an opportunity for Jamaica to expose the goods they can offer to Africa and also expose investment opportunities which African investors can look up to. My vision for a shared future is one of profound interconnectedness. I look forward to a future where continental Africans are deeply integrated into the Caribbean tourism industry, not solely as tourists, but as significant investors and partners. This will foster joint ventures, create jobs, and ensure that the largest share of the economic benefits remain within our communities. We're already doing this, developing multiple projects in Grenada, and looking forward to doing the same also in St. Kitts. I look forward to a future where the vibrant sounds of soca artists from Trinidad, reggae tunes from Jamaica, and Afrobeats musicians from Nigeria are not just heard globally, but are consistently collaborating, fusing their unique styles to produce groundbreaking music that speaks to our collective spirit and global reach. We've already done one production called One Drum, which we did with one of the Mali children, some Afrobeat musicians, and some Brazilian musicians. These creative partnerships will serve as powerful cultural ambassadors, also helping to deepen our relationship. Furthermore, I eagerly anticipate a future where shipping and air routes between Africa and the Caribbean are robust and regularly serviced, eliminating historical barriers to travel and trade. This will facilitate easier movement of goods, open new markets for our businesses, and allow our people to connect, learn, and grow together in an unprecedented way. We are very close to making all these happen, and we must not relent on our efforts to do so. At Afreximbank, our resolve is unshakable. That is why a few months ago, we broke ground in Bridgetown, Barbados, for the construction of Afreximbank Africa Trade Center, the first outside of Africa. That iconic building, which we expect to complete in 3 years, will carry high the flags of Africa and the Caribbean in a warm embrace. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Honorable Prime Minister Holness and all his ministers and all the CONICON leaders who are here for their visionary leadership and support for the journey Afreximbank and indeed the African Union Commission have embarked to integrate the economies of Africa and the CARICOM. I would also like to thank the organizers, Entity Global Destinations, for this transformative platform. It is these kinds of platforms that will help us come together, bridge the information gap that continue to divide us. Let Gavi's wisdom, Nkrumah's vision, Mandela's hope, and Mali's love guide us to a future where our economies thrive, our youth innovate, and our cultures conquer the world. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Orama. Very potent message. And as Afreximbank is in the Caribbean, so should the Caribbean be in Africa, certainly a greater footprint on the continent. And as the speakers have said before, that not just for us to hope, but for us to work actively that the legacy from today, or the legacies from today, be strengthening of connections, encouraging greater travel and trade, and the deepening of relationships and partnerships. And it is the moment, ladies and gentlemen, and at this time, I will now invite Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, ONPC MP, to declare this event opened. Please make our Prime Minister welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Master of Ceremonies, colleague heads of government of CARICOM, ministers of government, Mr. President, and your delegation from the African Export-Import Bank, CEO and team, Mr. Chairman of the Giant Bank, representatives of NTT Global Destinations, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of civil society and the private sector, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great pleasure to join you this morning to officially declare open this important and timely symposium and African Village under the theme, From Shared Roots to a Shared Future. Africa and the Caribbean Unite. This theme echoes the core message of the 49th meeting of the Conference of CARICOM Heads of Government, and that core theme, people, partnership, and prosperity. This symposium, along with the vibrant African Village, represents not only a celebration of our cultural ties, but a call for renewed and pragmatic South-South cooperation, one that places trade, innovation, finance, culture, and our people at the heart of our shared development agenda. We are united not only by a common past, but by a future rich in opportunity. Today, Africa is home to over 1.5 billion people, with a combined GDP estimated at US $2.8 trillion. 11 of the world's 20 fastest growing economies in 2025 are in Africa, and real GDP growth in 21 African countries is projected to exceed 5% in 2025, with 4 of those countries projected to reach as high as 7%. CARICOM, while smaller, is strategically positioned with a modest population of just over 16 million people. But we have key trade routes, we have strong tourism, and cultural links with major markets in North America, Europe, and Latin America. Our trade with Africa, while growing, remains below 1% of CARICOM's total global trade, and below 0.1% of Africa's total trade volume, signaling that there is a vast untapped opportunity for us to explore and pursue. The first segment of the symposium, therefore, rightly focuses on trade and finance and will address a foundation pillar of cooperation, the mobilization of capital to facilitate the growth and expansion of trade between our two regions. Jamaica, for instance, has made targeted efforts to diversify its trade relationships and welcomes the recent establishment of the Afrexim Bank CARICOM office in Barbados. This is a game changer. The bank has already committed over US $1.5 billion in funding to support trade and investment between our regions through the proposed Caribbean Africa Trade and Investment Forum. The bank is also involved in numerous other initiatives in the region aimed at concretizing Caribbean-African relations. In this connection, I'm very happy to advise that Jamaica just now signed and handed over the instrument of our accession to the partnership agreement between member states of the Caribbean community and the African Export-Import Bank. This is instrumental in paving the way for the bank's commitment of increased resources to the region. We must now work to create practical mechanisms for trade, including settlement in local currencies, promoting cross-listing on regional stock exchanges, and harmonizing standards to reduce non-tariff barriers. Our private sector financial institutions, including the JN Bank, which I must commend, will have a key role to play in deepening these linkages, not just through funding, but through innovation in fintech, SME financing, and diaspora bonds. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the creative and digital economy, the second segment of the symposium, will expose untapped promise and potential. In 2023, Africa's creative industries contributed over US $58 billion to the continent's GDP, supporting more than 8 million jobs. By 2030, Africa is projected to produce up to 10% of global exports of creative goods, valued at around $200 billion, or 4% of Africa's GDP, supporting up to 20 million jobs. In the Caribbean, the creative economy is one of the fastest growing sectors, with music, fashion, film, and digital content among the main elements. Imagine what could be accomplished when our digital storytellers, musicians, fashion designers, and influencers collaborate across the Atlantic simply by sharing screens, sounds, and platforms. Moreover, as both regions expand internet access and digital infrastructure, we must support our youth and MSMEs in e-commerce, streaming, mobile content, and virtual production. There is scope for bilateral digital trade agreements and co-production arrangements. We must also protect our intellectual property and cultural assets through updated frameworks for IP rights enforcement, joint branding, and digital rights management. Now, tourism remains a key pillar of all our economies. In 2023, the Caribbean received approximately 32.2 million international visitors. Africa welcomed 67 million visitors, with heritage and diaspora tourism on the rise. Yet, travel between our regions remain inconvenient and expensive. Direct air links are not yet properly in place, but the demand is clear. Millions of Africans in the diaspora are keen to explore ancestral ties in the Caribbean, while those on this side are anxious to discover their origins through curated journeys to the motherland. This is not just tourism, it is economic diplomacy and reconnection. Our people want to rediscover each other, and we must enable that journey. By establishing a bilateral air services agreement, recognizing each other's travel documents, implementing diaspora-friendly visa policies, and launching joint marketing efforts, we can convert our shared heritage and travel connections into a driver of sustainable economic growth. Our tourism boards, cultural ministries, and private operators must collaborate to design Afro-Caribbean itineraries, festivals, and culinary exchanges that deepen both economies and people-to-people bonds. As we embrace this new chapter of Afro-Caribbean partnership, let me recognize and thank JN and Afri-Exim Bank for your leadership and sponsorship of this important event, and NTT Global Destinations for your vision and dedication in organizing the two events today, and for your commitment to strengthening the framework for African-Caribbean partnerships at multiple levels. We will not forget the leading role you played in organizing the first direct charter flight from Lagos, Nigeria to Montego Bay in the height of the pandemic. Let us leave this symposium not just inspired, but mobilized. Let us move from shared history to shared prosperity, from goodwill to strategic action, and from symbolism to sustained economic and cultural bridges. Let us forge joint ventures between African and Caribbean companies, expand scholarship programs for our students to study in each other's institutions, and connect our creative industries, our fintech entrepreneurs, and our agribusiness pioneers. Let the conversation be bold, the outcomes transformative, and the partnerships lasting. With great optimism and purpose, I now declare the Symposium and African Village officially open.
Thank you, Prime Minister Holness. You have made it so eloquently clear that the time is now for us to reconnect as brothers and sisters for a shared prosperity. Thank you, Prime Minister. At this time, I'm going to invite the organizer, the sponsors, the visiting delegation from Nigeria, other heads of state, and our own Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs to come forward for the photo op moment. I will now invite the JN team to join, please. Just one moment, please.
Vote here? I think I like it.
It's a lunch crowd with these guys. Yeah. Excuse us, sir. If you don't mind, let's squeeze in.
You wanna come? You wanna come around?
I don't mind. It's a little bit. But we're not. It's coming down.
Yes, inviting the Nigerian delegation to join. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for joining us for the opening event. At this opening event, we will now be moving into the next stage of the program. And this is the panel discussion. I would like to invite the Nigerian delegation to come to the front of the stage at this time. Thank you. That's a Nigerian delegation. Will you kindly come to the front of the stage? So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving right into the panel discussion, and I am going to invite these persons to come forward. So you're Mr.
Humphrey, this is not the first.
Where are you?
No, this is the third section. My section is the first.
Your section is the first?
No, this is the first one. This is the first one.
This is the first one.
Yeah, this is the first.
This is the first one, so it's correct. So they can come up. They can
Okay.
put their hands up now.
All right.
Yes, so you just
just
for
want
you
to
to call them to come up. Yes.
So I'm inviting the panelists to come forward at this time. Your names are on the screen. Ambassador Janet Olisa, Ms. Sonia Linton, Mr. Keith Levy, Ambassador Esmond Reed, Mr. Humphrey Oriaki, and Okechukwe, and I will dare not attempt the last name. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Some of the panelists are doing interviews, so please bear with us. They should be available soon. I see Miss Linton. Please come forward. I see Ambassador Lisa. Ambassador Reed, please come forward. I see Mr. Levy also. Please come forward. Thank you, thank you. I would imagine so.
All right.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Can we get participants in the dining hall to please come? Right. Here we'll be talking money matters, and I will expect that everyone over there will have to come here because we have money to share, right? Right. There's $4.5 billion on the table, right? Someone pick yours. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think the protocol has already been set. I wouldn't want to say much other than to appreciate Professor Benedict Rama, and of course the organizers of this side event, Elizabeth Agbola of NTT Global Destinations, for putting this together. My name is Humphrey Oriaki, and I'm the CEO of PAC Capital, an investment banking firm operating out of Nigeria, but across the continent of Africa and also now in the Caribbean. And we're happy to have also witnessed here today the signing of the agreement with Jamaica joining part of the Committee of Nations that forms or are assented to the Charter of Afreximbank. And I have today with me, we will be discussing trade and finance as a bridge. But of course, under the theme of trade financing, improving or enhancing the trade, the Afro-Caribbean trade, which we know today is on the very low side. But I will quickly introduce the distinguished ladies and gentlemen who will be having these conversations with us today. But since you are just on my immediate left, if you don't mind, I will start with you. My very good friend, I think this we met some 2 years ago in Lagos, and I'm happy. I think I did tell you then that I will see you soon in Jamaica. So I'm here today. So thank you very much. I have Ambassador Edmond Reed, who is the Undersecretary, Trade Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade here in Jamaica. So please, let's give me a round of applause. So sitting next to him is the chairman of JM Bank, Mr. Kent Levy. Then right across is Ambassador Janet Olisa, who was a former High Commission of Nigeria to Jamaica, and is now the Director of Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Nigeria. So the man who has the big pocket, my very good friend who we've also worked together sometimes in the past in the same bank, Mr. Okechukwu Ihejirika, is the Acting Chief Operating Officer of the Caribbean Office of Afreximbank. So last but not the least, he's going to tell us about the trade that are available here in Jamaica and of course in the Caribbean, is Miss Sojan Lupton, the Vice President of Jamaica Promotion Corporations, JAMPRO. Okay. We are talking, or we'll be talking about the trade situation today between what I've heard that most of us refer to here as the motherland and the CARICOM. And I also was thrilled when I think it's the minister or so who talked about the first flight, the direct flight that came from Nigeria to Jamaica and how excited she was. And today we'll be looking at ways of also making that not something that we can refer to happened 2 years ago, but something we can say we can look forward to booking a flight to be able to fly from motherland here to Jamaica and to other CARICOM countries. Whether it's going to be a daily or weekly or twice a week flight, we don't know yet, but I think it is possible when things are done right, which is why we are here today. It can even be on a daily basis as the traffic improves. We're talking about Africa's trade with other parts of the world, China and the rest. And I can tell you that if just 1% of that is even done between the CARICOM and Africa, it will be a lot, and that will improve or increase the current GDP of the CARICOM. Today, maybe just one country in Africa, say Ghana or Nigeria, for instance, total GDP even more than the entire CARICOM put together. But I think that with more collaboration, there will be improvement on both sides of the divide, if you want to say, but I wouldn't want to use that word because today we are trying to bridge that gap. So that gap that we have across the ocean not to exist anymore. And with financing, we'll be able to do that. I would want to, we're going to do this such that there will be some audience participation. There will be some audience participation, and first of all, we'll take questions in no particular order, and then we'll give the audience time to ask some questions. We have just very limited time, so I will first of all want to start with the Ms. Linton, if you don't mind. Yes, because first we need to have some understanding of the export and other, of course, because her office promotes businesses and open more or less the world to who Jamaica really is, or what Jamaica has in store. So on that note, I would just want you to tell us that sector in Jamaica that is well positioned for Africa, either for Africa to come and invest, or that sector where we can, Africans can get things that will be exported into Africa. So I want to talk about it very quickly in both ways. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for that question. I believe the Prime Minister captured the opportunities just now. He mentioned creative economy, and we know that culture is capital. Jamaica or the Caribbean and Africa, we have shared roots, as your program says. So one of the industries that we believe at JAMPRO is poised for expansion into Africa would be our creative industry, and especially film. And to that end, we have started to look at Africa not just as another place to export or to seek investment into Jamaica, but to be strategic about it. So we have already started working with Africa. In 2024, we had 2 missions to the continent. We went to South Africa and we went to Nigeria late last year. And we really wanted to start or to continue conversations surrounding film. Africa has a huge population, Nigeria alone is 250 million people. We have a shared culture. We have similar stories. So we think that film is one of those avenues that we can use to bring our content, to bring the motherland closer to the persons living in the diaspora. Some of the things that we are doing, we have started co-production conversations. Now, the government of Jamaica recently committed a $1 billion Jamaican fund towards developing the film industry. Now, with that, we are able to have co-productions with countries in Africa. Nigeria and South Africa are two that we are currently speaking with. We're currently in conversations to sign co-production arrangements to facilitate the growth of the industries both here and in Africa. Another industry I believe that the Prime Minister spoke to earlier as well is the global digital space. While we understand that trading of goods can be challenging at this time in terms of just the distance and the fact that we still have some work to do around getting cargo from CARICOM into Africa and vice versa. When we look at the global digital space, Jamaica has carved out its space where BPOs are, for example. I believe the last count, we have about 55,000 workforce strong. And in Jamaica, we have the infrastructure is in place to boost this industry. ICT or technology is in place. So companies in Nigeria, for example, who are looking for nearshore opportunities, Jamaica provides, or the Caribbean provides one such avenue for building out. You spoke earlier, fintech or other knowledge process outsourcing fields. And again, food. I mean, we bond on food. You know, we have a thriving spices. You know, our agro-processing industry as well is primed for growth, and we are looking to Africa. At this time, we do have some companies that are already trading in Africa from our agro-processing sectors here in Jamaica. So these are some of the industries that we believe are primed for growth in Africa.
Thank you. And I hope you are aware that we have some Nigerian actors in the room. Are you aware of that, ma'am? Yeah. Please, can you wave your hands?
Awesome.
So
welcome.
You can collaborate. Please, I'll take a share in the deal. Right. That's my job anyway.
Oh.
Okay, so thank you. From what you have mentioned, I mean, you talk of the creative industry, and then you talk of ICT. And based on that, I'm going to move to Kent, because Professor Rama in his speech talked about the PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, and he also talked about the CARICOM Payment and Settlement System as well, that is also in the works. How do you also look to tie into that, using technology as a bank? We're talking of fintech. Of course, today, especially with small businesses, SMEs and ROLEX, they rely on some of these payment methods, and then the ease of compatibilities of currencies, and as such, is one of those things that is key to trade development.
Yeah. It's a good question, and maybe I'll put it in the context of just us as a bank in Jamaica and some of the efforts that we've had specifically around payments. I think if you look at an opportunity that we certainly share with Afrexim Bank is this whole concept of correspondence banking. Now, what does that mean? If you think about the amount of remittances that come into Africa from the diaspora, and how when that remittance money is coming into the country or into the continent, how much of that is going through major European or major US banks, we as JN Bank, we're very focused and are still very focused on how can we partner with large financial institutions in Africa around correspondence banking. If we had our own platform in terms of that payment, what would that mean? What it would mean, for example, is that we would not be in a situation where if a large European bank or a large US bank said, do you know what, we're not prepared to process your remittance payments, we would at least then have an alternative to being held simply to one bank in terms of correspondence banking. It is very much the same, I should say, as what you find in most of Africa. If you were to take a country, for example, like Nigeria, I am sure you would find the remittance that is coming from the UK, remittance that is coming from Europe, remittance that is coming from the US. That's probably easily north of $10, $15 billion annually, maybe even more, okay? When that money is actually being remitted, it is being remitted via clearing, and that clearing is happening in some of the larger US and European banks. Fintech and an investment in correspondence banking is an investment in the independence of those cash flows flowing between our diaspora and back to our countries. That's something where we would certainly like to explore what that technology could look like and that platform could look like with Africa, with JN Bank. We have the same issue. We have people all over the place, and many of them are trying to send money home, and in some cases, that is a challenge for them. How do we make that easier? And if we can make that easier, that capital starts to move around in our respective countries. Okay.
Yeah, so you talked of diaspora remittances and...
This is correct.
Yeah, so now, I mean, I'm sure you're also aware that Afrexim Bank can provide correspondent banking services to JN Bank. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, so the man that I think here, I've heard that they call him OK, but he's actually okay. So and I told him, I said, okay, I hope you're okay.
Okay.
So he's going to tell us more about that and the services that they provide for banks, commercial banks, and of course, how we can also tap into the $4.5 billion. And I know that that will increase anytime soon as activities go on. So, okay, please, I would just like you to tell us what Afrexim Bank is doing. Of course, we are aware of some of these things. I know that you are doing to build trade-enabling infrastructure, perhaps also the direct flight. I know I will come later to Ambassador to talk about other things on how people will also move. But okay, just in a very short period of time.
All right, thank you very much, moderator, and good to be back again on stage. So for us at Afrexim Bank, what we believe strongly in, especially in the context of the Africa-Caribbean conversation, is that capital is key. And I'll just take us back to an African proverb. It says, if you think big and there's no finance, it ends up being a hollow thinking. So that means all the dreams can only be catalyzed when there's adequate funding and capital investment available. So which is why I commend President Orama for the initiative to drive the connectivity between Africa and the Caribbean. And I do know, why I'm saying this is that if you look at this historically, the previous singers like Bob Marley and co., they've sang about Africa, Caribbean unite. There has been talks But what was lacking is somebody who should take that leadership role. And I want to also point us to the fact that in 2015, after President Orama took over, he came up with the intra-African trade strategy for the bank. And what that focused on, one of the key angles to it is that we defined intra-African trade as trade between Africans, with emphasis on the N. So that also included not just those in continent Africa, but beyond. And as if, of course he's a visionary leader, but as if he's a prophet, he never saw it coming that very soon the AU and the CARICOM heads, they met and decided that this is something that needs to take the front burner. So it was as if the rapid intervention of the bank, was something that we just thought about. But it's just because we had prepared for it right from 2016, where we had that our strategy. So we swung into action and set up the Caribbean office of the bank, as well as other initiatives like the Active that are there to drive the connectivity, all in the bid to boost the connectivity between Africa and the Caribbean. Now, one thing I want to also emphasize is the fact that these two regions, we don't just share historical and cultural ties. We also share the same problems. In fact, lack of infrastructural development is there. And that was why in coming here, we didn't need to reinvent the wheel at Afreximbank. All we needed to do is plug the programs and facilities that we had created for Africa into the Caribbean market, and became a plug-and-play situation. That's why we're here. We have a huge suite of innovative products. Talk about those targeting infrastructural development. Talk about those targeting industrialization, which is one of the strategic pillars, the key pillars of our strategy. Industrialization, which is in a bid to end the export of raw commodities. We needed to just change that narrative, because that's a problem in Africa, that's a problem in the Caribbean. So those become something that is useful. Programs in the tourism space, where we also needed to support the development of the tourism industry, build quality hotels that can facilitate free movement of tourists into regions in Africa. That became relevant here, and that is also why currently we have about 3 hospitality projects that we are looking at in the region alone. That's another one. And in terms of payment, we did recognize the fact that one of the biggest barriers for intra-regional trade is lack of the USD liquidity for payment. So we've been overtly relying on USD as the main instrument for trade, even when those trades circle within our space. So the initiative to launch PAPS became absolutely relevant as well in the Caribbean, and which is why the Committee of the Central Banks of the Caribbean region rapidly adopted the presentation when the PAPS team spoke to them. And I can confirm to you today that the adaptation for the Caribbean region, which is the Caribbean Payment and Settlement System, has undergone a successful pilot, and now has undergone a successful proof of concept, and we're now doing the pilot, which will be the precursor to the eventual launch. This is something that also is value that Afreximbank is bringing to the space. Now, most of the time, our intervention is buoyed on an area of challenge that we identify that requires solution in the region. So, for instance, in Africa, we all are aware, because of the heightened compliance requirements, the resultant effect was the de-risking. A lot of the financial institutions lost access to the global payment network just because the big banks considered them economically unviable for them to invest in the compliance space. But the bank, being a solution provider, had to create what we call the Afreximbank Payment Services Platform, which is AFPay, through which we are now providing corresponding banking services to banks otherwise, deprived of this global connectivity. That is groundbreaking for us as well. These are the kind of solution-driven approach that we have taken in Africa, and that we are also finding from our sojourn so far in the Caribbean that are extremely relevant, which we will continue to push. So finally, on the point of the creative sector, I think it goes without saying that both regions are endowed with a huge potentials in terms of human capital. If you look at the demographics, we have a huge youthful population. And these are people who may not have physical capital to start a business, but they have their brain and their creative abilities as the only input that they have. So they also require to be supported. The bank had created what we call the Creative Africa Nexus as a solution that enables us to identify talents, nurture them, and make them ready for market. 5 verticals are currently being used to execute the CANEX initiative. The first one, of course, you did mention Nigerian film artists is here, and I can see, is that we have those in the film sector that we have supported. And happy to announce also that we've supported the Nollywood, a few Nollywood players to create films that went into Netflix. That is value. And that's something we also think will be relevant here. The next, of course, is the music sector. So we know, in fact, driving around the Montego Bay here and hearing Nigerian music play gave me a huge sense of joy, because growing up as well, we used to hear, first, of course, Bob Marley and co. are like household names back home. So we're seeing now that these are all now transversing both geographies. And these are ways through which we tell our story. These are ways through which we take charge of our destiny, which is a common and shared destiny. And at our Fraser Bank Caribbean office, we'll continue to do all we can to make sure we foster this drive and make sure it gets to the expected end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yes, and of course, maybe in the next round of questions, if time permits, I will also get you to talk about other things. Of course, talking about the African Film Nexus. I mean, we're talking of CANEX, the IATF will be coming up later in the year. I'm sure you'll be able to tell them more about that. You mentioned AFPE. I'm sure you also talk about the SENDEP and then your Astra product. But before then, let me go back to the diplomatic community. I left them for now because their role is very key. Because at the end of the day, I'm sure if not for that I had a visa, I would not be here. And I want to also maybe use this opportunity to thank those at the Jamaican consulate office in Abuja who work outside of their work hours to ensure that my visa was issued and I'm here. So I'm giving that shout out to them. All right. So you know that they are doing a good work over there. Now, I don't know which of you I will take first or last. Ladies first. Okay. It said ladies first. Okay. Today, I mean, not just solely with the Caribbean, also in Africa. Nigeria moving to East Africa, to South Africa, or South Africans moving to Ghana or the rest. Sometimes you need several visas to be able to move from one place to the other, which you don't find in a place like the Eurozone, for instance, with just a visa. You are able to drive your car or enter the train and move around. But I know here we are separated by the ocean. We may not be able to drive a car yet, but I'm sure with time we'll be able to do a tunnel to connect maybe from Cape Verde, somewhere here to the Caribbean. And we need the diplomatic community to do a lot of work in that regard in terms of processes that need to be put in place. And I want to then on that note ask our ambassador, Her Excellency Janet Lisa, what are those levers do you think between Nigeria and Jamaica that need to be put in place. I'm using, of course, because you represent, you're a Nigerian diplomat and your counterpart is also here. But in this context, I'm not just only referring to just Nigeria and Jamaica. I'm taking Nigeria to represent the entire Africa. So you build it from there, and then Jamaica representing the CARICOM more or less. So what are those levers that you think we can pull to scale into the larger continent of Africa, the CARICOM, and of course, the Global African Initiative?
Thank you, and it's good to be back to Jamaica after about 5 years. I think I am proud and happy that my 3-year work here in Jamaica has paid off. I'm pleased to hear that JAMPRO was in Nigeria. Pleased to hear that the Prime Minister of Jamaica has signed a deal with Afro-Exim Bank. And I'm using this to say, as diplomats, our job, we are the chief marketing officer of our countries. And while I was here, Esmond Reed was on the other end. And now we've reversed the role. He's here and I'm back home. But that's really what we do. And for the 3 years I was here, I had to knock on several doors. If possible, break down the door to get in, the media, whether it's radio, it's TV, Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce, St. Catherine Chamber. I went around selling Nigeria, selling Africa. And I had the privilege of also bringing Nollywood down. We had the Film and Censors Board come down with about 4 actors, film producers. We had Ara, the female drummer as well. So we had Nollywood movies showing, and people will ask me, Ambassador, where is the studio? And I said, we do not have a studio. We are literally portraying from different parts of the countries, homes and towns. And that immediately set a light bulb on Jamaicans to say, fine, it's doable. You don't need to have a place to call a studio and get this done. And at the same time, we had TAG volunteers coming to teach what we in Nigeria take for granted. And that was the tie and dye. Simple act that we wear it and assume all, it's nothing. But we got to Jamaica, it was a big deal because now we're bringing back roots and we're able to create industry. So with JBDC, where they were housed, they were able to train and retrain the trainers and thereby putting in made in Jamaica goods in the hotels, not importing products and put Jamaican colors on it. No, but here we had artisans now, Jamaicans making their own craft in a way and putting it. Now this is what we bring in as diplomats. And at the same time, yes, we have visa restrictions. There's no doubt about it. But within Africa, West Africa, for example, we have a 90-day movement, which I believe also within the CARICOM you have some of this agreement. Now we're talking about between Africa and the CARICOM. My president was in St. Lucia recently, and if you follow the news, again, he's talked about visa waiver for diplomatic and official passports. And the first thing that came up, my boss said, can we extend this to the whole of the CARICOM? And I said, why not? Because that's the first way in. And by the way, once upon a time, Nigeria and Jamaica did not require visa to come in. Once upon a time. So question now is that we need to go back, trace these things back, and let's start with the diplomatic and official passport. It allows quick movement for officials. Then we can now start talking about tourism. Nigeria has introduced a tourist visa. Visiting visitors visa existed, but not for tourism, for entertainment. Now that's a new one that the Honorable Minister of Culture has brought in. I'm also aware that the current Jamaican High Commissioner is pushing her to get the Culture and Tourism MOU to be finalized. We also have on the pipeline a sport. By the way, we also want to have Ocean boats. We are not as fast, but we want to be. We want to find a way of exchanging our, kind of way. And when I was here, I told Nigerians, I understand why there are ocean boats. We don't have hills and mountains where people just climb and, just walk up as if it's nothing. I went up the Blue Mountain and I was puffing and hotly, and I had a 10-year-old just do pim, pim, pim up the mountain. And I was like, this is what we need. We need this exchange, get our sports athletes to come down to Jamaica and also train. So that's another MOU in the pipeline that the High Commissioner is working on. Now, this is what we do as diplomats. We bring it. By the end of the day, it boils down to you taking the initiative of the existing. The bankers have told you what they are bringing on the table. The government officials have told you what they have already set in motion. All these MOUs cannot work on its own if the people do not, those in the craft. We talk about entertainment industry. That's one. There's something Jamaica has, when I found here, is the way you make your sauce. Whether it's a jack sauce, whatever type of sauce, your ability to be able to package the sauce is something, for example, we do not do much in Nigeria. We prepare it every day and put on the table, and it finishes. But you are able to put in a small scale MSME kind of way. You have a small market in Jamaica, we have a large market in Nigeria. It's a question of moving and establishing an additional outlets in Nigeria. And that's business. You have the entire African space, going through the African continental free zone. And we must be able to find a way of balancing the trade at the same time. What they call them, the quarantine services, they need to sit down, because while I was High Commissioner, a couple of times, Nigerian products will be seized and destroyed. But if the Nigerian product is packaged in a third country, put the label of that third country, it will come in. Now, the question is, who is deceiving who? I know this is made in Nigeria. It's not coming from anywhere. Just the packaging change how. So meaning, the officials need to sit down and for us to finalize what's the problem. Again, we will get that MOU and agreement signed. So this is what, as diplomats, as the chief marketing officers for our nation, what we bring to the table. And Technical Aid Corps has been in existence for years. Jamaica has utilized it, and we are back again. I believe 2 or 3 days ago, we had 4 or 5 TAC volunteers arrive on the island. Again, what are we doing? We are building capacity. We are giving you what we have best, and that's our manpower. And that's what, if anything, Nigeria is strong. We don't talk about 250 million. We talk about a skilled, educated 250 million and a very youthful population. So we believe in helping each other to grow, and that has always been the Nigerians' mentor in terms of how do we get our sisters, our brothers together. Africa is our centerpiece. The Caribbean is the 6th region.
That's what you get when you allow a marketer to speak. And now I'm worried that you'll have a second marketer. How much time do you need? So thank you so much, Ambassador. I think a lot has been exposed. And I would just like Ambassador Real to maybe push that a little forward. I want you to talk about things that can be promoted, like areas of collaboration. You know, I want to believe that the CARICOM and African can be taken as one, especially for the CARICOM, where you have a couple of islands, you have a lot of water bodies around. There also might be need for some form of co-owned warehousing and another form of infrastructure that can be shared. Ambassador Lisa talked about quality control, more or less in terms of export. You know, today we have our friends in bank also having built the African Quality and Testing Center. You know, in Nigeria, that's also helped in reducing such rejections, and that is also being done in other African countries. And I'm sure they will also be doing the same in the CARICOM. So I would like you to maybe have some discussions around that area.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and I am indeed mindful that we have gone for a while, and I was preparing to, you know, be a chief marketer like my sister, Ambassador Lisa, but I'll get right down to it. Definitely, there are many areas in which the Caribbean and Africa can collaborate. I think we have already highlighted many of them, and certainly, as my sister, Ambassador Lisa, said, you know, I had the privilege of being in Africa. I was High Commissioner to Nigeria, but also to several other countries across West Africa and even as far as Rwanda on the eastern side. So I had an opportunity to see how their economies were structured, how they were organized, but also to acknowledge that there was indeed a strong appetite for external engagement and to know more about what was happening in various parts of the world. Of course, the level of knowledge about the economic development and economic activity in the Caribbean was not widely distributed. So of course, there is a burden on both sides to build bridges, to strengthen the level of awareness, the level of collaboration. And that is certainly going to unleash opportunities for engagement. I mean, we've spoken about the creative industries, for example. That's what would be described as low-hanging fruit, because at least people have been able to experience what our athletes can do on a global stage. Even though here in the Caribbean, yes, we are small. I mean, the largest country, the population of the largest country in the Caribbean, certainly in CARICOM, let me say, because there are a couple larger countries who are not part of CARICOM, but certainly within, you know, the population of the largest country in CARICOM is maybe just a small village in some parts of Africa. So, yes, the populations are not directly matched, but of course, the potential is enormous. You can find, we have Nollywood artists here who can certainly share their extent. I mean, Nollywood is a global brand. And definitely Jamaica also has a lot of creative talent, which is just waiting for a partner to unleash it, you know? And can you imagine combining, doing co-production arrangements between entities in Africa and here in Jamaica, in the wider Caribbean? Can you imagine? Because we all love to look at ourselves. While, yes, it's good to see what other cultures are doing, but when you can collaborate, and of course we've spoken about the history and the origins, the roots, and all of that, there are multiple opportunities. So the creative sector is definitely low-hanging fruit. Of course, getting to that level requires connection. We absolutely need to solve the transportation situation. Africa and the Caribbean perhaps represent the only two regions in the world that are not directly connected. Can you imagine that? That is a most unfortunate situation. In the moment we start having direct air and maritime connections, it is going to be a game changer. Can you imagine regular movements of artists, of athletes, of students? While I was there in Nigeria, And as I said, I was accredited also to Ghana. The government of Ghana gave scholarships to, I think it was 20-something, 28 students to come and study here at one of the universities, the University of the West Indies in Jamaica. But the students could not get visas to take up their scholarships. And they were trying all kinds. I think one of them managed to start the program online, but of course, how long can you continue? It's depending on the program, because they had various programs. So that already illustrated for us that we have to move very swiftly into solving this connection challenge. Of course, there are opportunities for small, micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises to collaborate. You know, I mean, the biggest business today started small. Most enterprises, Jamaica National Bank can tell you their origins. They're more than 100 years old, and they started small in a rural parish, and now they're the largest building society in the Caribbean, and they have a global footprint in many ways. So we start small, we look for opportunities for collaboration. Nothing should be ruled as impossible, you know, because that's the thing with businesses. You have to combine little bits, because what they say in economics, economies of scale will arise from large-scale production. So you need to combine small efforts to then unleash bigger potential. So we have to start with activities like this. You know, this symposium we consider to be fundamental in starting the conversation and then taking it further. We want more people to be aware of this. We want more people to know that there's tremendous potential. I mean, the Caribbean has untapped potential in so many financial services. We have highlighted the other creative industries. We have industrial development. We here in Jamaica, we have special economic zones where we offer the opportunity for companies to manufacture within the zones and then export to different parts of the world. I mean, Jamaica is centrally located in the Caribbean. You can be anywhere, north, south, east, west, rapidly, with so many opportunities. So I know I could go on and on as chief co-marketer, but I want to just emphasize that we need to take forward the conversations that you have heard it at the highest levels here this morning, at the levels of heads of government, or Prime Minister Holness said it, President Orama reaffirmed it. So many opportunities are there, and we must not let the thing that you should not waste is time. And we are here, let us all be ambassadors of the need to take the African-Caribbean relationship forward and to reap the fruit. Let me leave it there.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, Ambassador V. Because of lack of time, okay, there's something that also Reid had mentioned, which I would want to rather maybe you take it as a closing remark, is because he's talked of connection. Now today, without connection, can we just wait until that connection comes? We need to be able to do something. So maybe you tell us in 1 minute, but not now, just hang it on, that what Arising is doing to support the collaboration without all these other direct shipping route, direct flight, and all that we're talking about. But on that note, I just want to give maybe the audience opportunity for 1 or 2 questions. Then we'll just close. Any questions from the audience, please?
There's a question over here, moderator. There's a question over here, I think.
Is someone
the lady
able
with the
to
glasses.
take a mic? I can borrow this one.
I'm a guest here, so I hope it's okay that I take this opportunity to say something. I'm Lorna Johnson, and former honorary consul for Jamaica in Los Angeles. I have done, a businesswoman and author. I've done a lot of work in Nigeria, you know, globally, Ghana, and different parts of Africa. And this is something that I've been dreaming of and working on for many years with different presidents, past presidents of Africa. I used to travel there every year, meeting up with different presidents of Africa to talk about how we can bridge this gap between, you know, and the amount of people in Africa and the small, the Caribbean together, coming together as one. And Marcus Garvey paved the way, started, and it's something that I think we need to continue. So I'm very excited about the opportunities that I hear today and the possibilities of coming together and bridging this gap. We also talk about financing with the African Import-Export Bank and Jamaica. I think, you know, sometimes sending money to the country, it's a challenge, especially, I do a lot of nonprofit work here also, and I try to send money into the different colleges or university, and it's going through different processes to get here. Sometimes it's very difficult. It took me about almost 3 months because I don't have the time to sit and try to figure it out all the time. So I just need to make it easier. So I'm really impressed and is excited about the possibilities. And with technology now, how can we skip some of these you know, places that we had to go through, hoops that we had to go through, and get more direct communication or direct way of transporting and transferring funds and communicating. Also, we talk about the dollar. That is the big elephant in the room as far as I'm concerned. Africa, with its rich resources and everything else, when is someone going to come up with using, say, for example, gold as the standard for your finances versus a dollar, the US dollar, that is just a trust? So that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much. Yeah, okay. Do I have time for one question? Just one. Gentleman. Okay, all right, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sheikh Tijan Yang from the Gambia, the smiling coast of Africa. The speakers have come a long way in highlighting some of the problems that we faced. And one of the biggest challenges that has been mentioned is air access. And I want to say that if Africa can make it, Caribbean can make it. We've seen the fall of Nigeria Airways, Ghana Airways, and all the other countries that have had airlines. And all of them have not made it. Here we have a panel of business people, people who are in the sector. And one thing I would like us to think about is how can we make connectivity easy? And we have also talked about the problem of visa and all that. We see in what happens in the Southern Africa, the SADC region, as a group, they have made it possible to have one visa. And I think the Commonwealth has also got that. And here, as a group, we are looking at possible investments. The Exim Bank, how can you come in to make this possible? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think, okay, I mean, there's last comment, more or less tied into the question I had there. I want you to react to. We'll just take this more like a closing remark, just so in 1 minute. I hope that's possible to respond to that. Yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much, and I'm happy that this issue, which has been one of the ones hindering the connectivity between Africa and Caribbean, comes up in the front burner. But what I want to say is that we are at a pivotal moment, at a point when we are no longer going to start crying so much about the problems, which of course we know exist, but of course now focusing on the solution. And that's where Afrexim Bank stands on all this matter. Now, when we came into the Caribbean, people were thinking, why are you going to those small islands? What businesses is there? But President is a firm believer in this connectivity. And over 2 years, we've seen that there are indeed a huge potential and opportunities here. So that is us not relying on hearsay, not relying on the commentary. Talk is cheap, but taking action. And on the back of that action, what we are now seeing is people now seeing that, believing that it's possible for things to happen. So what used to be discussed as a problem that didn't seem to have an end is now being talked as a potential stepping stone to finding a solution. So the issue of airline, we know it exists. Not just airline, of course, sea connectivity as well. Those are twin problems that we need to see happen that will facilitate the free movement of people, free movement of goods and services from across the two regions. And we are devoting so much attention on that. And I want to say, because people now see us as a platform for making this connection happen, a lot of people are now coming to us with proposals on how to make this happen. And we are definitely considering it and hopeful that very soon, very, very soon, that problem will be talked about as something that happened in the past.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Kate.
Perfect.
Very good, very good.
If I can say just quickly on the point around when you look at some of these endeavors to try to solve, for example, airlines, part of it is the ability to mitigate risk. One of the things I think that is really great in terms of the potential is there are a lot of projects sometimes in the Caribbean by people who are visionary, but the question is the access to capital. And what Afrexim Bank can do in partnership with banks like JN Bank is to look at big projects, and in that project say, okay, how do we syndicate some of the risk? So some of the risk sits, let's say, with JN Bank, some of it sits with Afrexim Bank, some sits with another bank in the Caribbean, and then all of a sudden you have enough capital as a Caribbean entrepreneur that wants to, let's say, have a direct set of flights to Africa. You now have a syndicate of people, and that syndicate of people or a syndicate of banks can provide the capital. So there's a best practice in terms of how you look at risk mitigation from a banking or a financing side. And if you have several people at the table, Afrexim Bank, JN Bank, other banks, the actual task of raising the capital for your vision becomes much easier as an entrepreneur. And that is what the banks are supposed to be doing in terms of developing any idea that's actually credible. So hopefully, to the point of my colleague, this becomes something we talk about in the past when we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Yeah, if I may add to that, one of the things that we've seen in the past is government talk, government will sign MOUs, but we don't have the financier on the table. We go to the Western world and they say, oh, you are a risky country. But now we're having Afrexim not calling us a risky continent or a risky collaboration. They are saying we are here now to do. And that's the good thing on the table. So we have the agreement, we have the financier. So we need everybody to tap in and let's move on.
Thank you. Yeah. So, Ms. Letting, just a minute as your closing remarks. I'll take that as a closing remarks. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. So, Ms. Letting, please, just a closing remark.
And what I would just like to add to what Ambassador just said, trade really does take public and private partnerships. So we have the banks here, and we have the frameworks in place. Trade promotion agencies such as JAMPRO work along with everyone in the room. We go to market. For example, recently when we were in Nigeria, we facilitated a connection between the Chamber of Commerce in Abuja and the JCC here. So today, as I will not try, said that it is a pivotal moment. You know, we have signed this agreement, so the possibilities can now be realized. We understand the opportunities that exist in both CARICOM and in Africa. And trade promotion agencies just such as JAMPRO, we are really here to bridge that gap and to facilitate the movement.
Thank you so much. So let's give a round of applause, please.
So, Ambassador, one closing word for us.
Well,
oh, okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. After your comment, Professor Rama would like to say something. Yes. After your comment.
well, I think all the panelists have definitely highlighted the critical things. We have heard the clear things that need to be done. We need to move from talk to action. Afrexim Bank is here, Jane Bank, all of us are here. We are witnesses to the need to now move forward. So, like Nike says, let's do it. Just do it.
Yeah.
Okay? We need the young people in Africa and in the Caribbean, they are looking for action. So that they have so much creative potential. We have some of them here. They are illustrating that. So let us use that and build new bridges of connectivity and of collaboration. Let's get on with it.
Thank you, Ambassador Ray. So, I mean, President Rama will just take the closing word. I think before let me say my own closing words in 30 seconds. So I want to thank you all for making out the time and for staying up to this moment. And just to put it in proper perspective, we are talking of Africa of over 1.5 billion in terms of population versus less than 50 million. And the question is, why the Caribbean? But you know, there are small countries. We have Singapore, who is doing so much even with their size. That means there's a huge potential that can be generated from the less than 85 billion of GDP of the CARICOM can actually move even up to $1 trillion in a short time, of course, which is why we have all these experts that are seated here today. And we know today that Jamaica has signed. We still have 2 others, Trinidad and Tobago and another. And I hope that, yeah? What?
Montserrat.
Montserrat, okay. And I know that Trinidad and Tobago is one of the big ones, so they need to join. I hope they are listening to this, that they need to join the train right now. And it has to be now, just like Ambassador Ray has said. Professor Rama, please. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Very, very interesting panel. I just wanted to say something because I see amongst the panelists a desire to change something. But what I wanted to say and emphasize, that we have to move from desire to action, as you said. And that action means not being deceived by people who tell us we have to follow international best practice, because international best practice only favors them, and this favors us. If we want to have connectivity, we need to create businesses. And that's why in our Afrexim Bank, we've started to push the businesses. Because when the businesses happen, you don't need anybody to tell somebody, an airline to put a flight, because people will be moving around. And there are businesses, and we are beginning to do them. We are beginning to see many people coming, investors coming. Gradually it's happening. But what I want to tell you, you can actually accelerate this. Why don't you prefer an African and Caribbean contractor to others? What do you need? What does anybody to tell you? Put it to tender somehow, and then they come with whatever they used to convince you, and then you give the job to someone else and not your own. You are transferring your wealth to them. You get poorer. They build mansions and you have slums. I think this is what we have to do. And of course, there are other issues that have to also happen simultaneously. This issue of visas, and we stop paying lip service to it. Yeah, there may be issues of people, illegal immigrants, but you find ways to manage it. I remember in the 1970s when the ECOWAS wanted to cancel visa amongst all the West African states. There were people, I was a child, people in Nigeria, very big debates about that all the West Africans will flood Nigeria. When Nigeria went ahead and did it, they didn't flood Nigeria. If somebody can go and come back, everybody wants to go back where he came from. They stay when they cannot get when they know that this visa is the only one. If I manage to come here, maybe if I go back home, I won't come again. But if they know they can go and come back, they will go back home. And I'm saying this about being deliberate because there are examples to point to. Today, I can say that Nigeria is a success story in terms of capacity in oilfield services. But it just didn't happen. Nigeria deliberately said, no, I will prefer my own people. The result is that today, these Nigerians are everywhere because they've gained the capacity, they've gained the capital. When the Dangote refinery, when we were trying to do Dangote refinery, they didn't want to finance it. All the banks, the issue was, oh, it will never be built, it will never happen, or COVID had come, the technology they are using is too sophisticated, they can't manage it. But we put almost $5 billion of our money in it because we believed in it. And today, we have this refinery changing, in fact, the entire West Africa, and Africa, in fact, and the supply chains for petroleum products, fertilizers, and so on. I'm giving these examples because you have government people and all business people here. These have to be deliberate. That's how other people developed. They didn't develop by throwing their resources around the world. They developed by preferring first their people. Then when they gain the capacity, they can then compete with others. That's what I wanted to add as closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. Very informative, very insightful panel discussion. Thank you, panelists. I'll now ask our next set of panelists to get themselves ready to take the stage. Mr. Dwight Peters, Mr. Bizzle Osikoya, Nancy Isime, Harold Davis, Michael Deo, Morel Aquila. This is our next set of panelists, and the discussion will be centered around the creative and digital economy exchange. And while they make their way to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, it is clear that there is indeed a divide that we need to bridge. And wearing my tourism hat, I can say that the only way that we can bridge this divide in a meaningful way is to establish our air connectivity and possibly look at our visa systems and visa restrictions. we're going to get this panel discussion on the move. In the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, we are behind our schedule, and we don't want to lose our audience.
Hello again. Good to see you. Hello, how are you? Nice to meet you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Now I feel your energy. My name is Dwight Peters, and I'm the founder and CEO of Saint International Models. As I celebrate 25 years this year, I'll say this. The continent of Africa is nothing new for my business. And in fact, at the very beginning, within the first 5 years, we were sending Jamaican models to South Africa. And at the time, there was not even a high commission in Jamaica. So we had to be sending models to New York to get their South African visas or work permits. Fast forward 20 plus years, the relationship with the motherland has certainly evolved in a very positive and certainly dynamic way. And how so, you may ask? Because some crazy idea occurred to me a couple of years ago when I decided to scout for models in Africa. Now, it's kind of funny because after I placed the ad on social media, then the question started, how on earth will I get visas for these young people should I find anyone? But you say, place your future in faith. It works. And so the first young model I discovered, online by the way, I'm yet to visit Nigeria, a Nigerian beautiful bald-head girl. And I said, you know, are you a model? She said, not really. I said, what do you mean not really? You're either a model or you're not. She says, no, sir, I'm not a model. I said, I think you're absolutely beautiful. Asked her name. She gave me her name. And of course, I thought the easier part was to call her by her last name, which was Aworo. And I said, I think you're fantastic. A month later, she's in Paris, walking for Balenciaga as a world exclusive debut, which was historic. Now, it's pretty interesting because we're talking about a lot of collaboration and alignments and stuff, but there's a special lesson in that experience because here started the issues with visas for Nigerian models. What I didn't know then was it was almost automatic that they would never get a visa. No, I never knew any of this. So as we talk about expanding the relationships, we need to understand the context within which we operate. And I think quite a few comments, those sounding good, that have been made. There are several issues to really expound on if we're really to get to that point to which we aspire. So then they said to me, the next one was a young lady by the name of Tomiwa. And her first debut was a world exclusive for Celine in Paris. She ended up getting the global campaign for Miu Miu by Prada, same year. But then the visa issue came again, and I said to them, explain to me because I'm not understanding. They said, sir, we don't get visas to go and be models. I said, what do you mean? They said, exactly what we say. We get the papers, and I said, let me understand. I'm sending you these papers, which we get from Paris, which are the same papers every other country gets. So explain to me what's the problem. I'll simply say this to you. I had to get through the system, the ecosystem, if you will, to ensure that these young Nigerians got their visas. It wasn't easy. I don't see my sister, Janet Elisa, sitting here. I remember she said to me, do you understand what you just did for these young people in Nigeria? It may be lost on you because that's just how it was. And so after a while, and if you now check, there are dozens of African models, especially Nigerians, who have taken the fashion world by storm. And we understand it's not so much a problem any longer. So as we talk about realigning, we talk about expanding the ecosystem, that which is the creative industry or that which is supposed to support the creative industry, it is important we understand context and place it on the table, or none of that which we aspire to have, none of these ambitions will be realized. That's just the facts. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not exactly here to wax lyrical about being a creative. I do respect and have a deep sense of passion for the motherland. Now, our shared history and mutual ambitions provide a commonality of purpose. Natural synergies from our cultural identity create a unique opportunity for powerful partnerships and what I consider to be paradigm-shifting collaborations. We are a powerful people, are we not? Are we not? We are. Our music has changed pop culture and sonic identity. Reggae before, now Afrobeats. Bob Marley before, now Burna Boy and Davido are bona fide globally celebrated pop icons. The impact of Nollywood is significant and offers great lessons to us. Presenting your culture with unapologetic authenticity is always a winner. You heard when the ambassador said people are asking, where's the Nollywood studio? And they go, there's no studio. It's people telling their stories in an authentic and very special way. It's captivating because it's real. The style, our passion and attitudes of our lives have inspired the runway. I've given you the stories of what belief in culture does. We understand the value of the cultural and creative industries. And oftentimes people refer to Africa as a cultural superstate of sorts, and they may often refer to Jamaica as the same, a cultural superstate. It's great, though, that transnational financial institutions, such as Afrexim Bank and iconic national ones such as JN, are activating their interests in this often ignored, though valuable sector. But I'm going to play devil's advocate for just a quick second. Oftentimes, part of the challenge is really when those sitting in the seat of power to make decisions to support this industry that they consider to be so valuable, they misunderstand what the industry represents. They misunderstand the players within the industry. They try to impose their own standards that they learned in the classrooms to the industry, when that is not exactly the way that this industry operates. The cultural, they say creative people are crazy. That's not really true. But is it true? I see my fellow Palestinians. Is it true? Yes. Well, we're crazy in a very special way. But it's an industry, definitely, that makes millions. And we shouldn't ignore. There's a lot of work to be done. We understand that and we acknowledge it. The Honorable Prime Minister said it well. He wonderfully articulated the scope and promise and prosperity, no pun intended in these times, that is to be realized through a collaboration that is underscored by mutual respect between Africa and the Caribbean. It must begin today. The cultural ecosystem, vital to sustainability, it must be reimagined. It must be repurposed, realigned, if you will, for the greater good of us all. After all, As the saying goes, collaboration fuels the engine of innovation. So I am indeed honored to be here moderating what I know will be a very dynamic discussion with very dynamic panelists who are all well dressed, by the way, reflecting that which is modern and advanced culture. I like it. So, we have lots to talk about. I'm not going to stand here, though. I'm going to join them. I just thought I wanted to do something a little different. And I know Mrs. Dyer made it clear. Try not make it boring. And of course, I promised her that it's not in my nature so to be. So I hope so far we've started on the right note. Welcome back, Sister Elisa. I mentioned you earlier, and of course we'll talk about it again. But we're going to start. We've gotten the context of where we want to go with the cultural and the creative industry. I'm going to start with, you have an easily pronounced first name, Morel, is it? And I see Michael again, and I see Nancy. Oh, I got the panel with the easily pronounced names, which is good. I like that, so I don't have to get into no apologetic mode and posturing. Right? So let's go quickly. Music. Afro Kalangu, music leader. What is Afro Kalangu?
Good day, everyone. My name is Morel Akila, obviously from northern Nigeria. And Afro Kalangu is basically a fusion of Afrobeat and Kalangu. And Kalangu is the local sounds from northern Nigeria. So it's basically a fusion of that. All my time, the time I spent in Lagos State making Afrobeat music and then moving back to northern Nigeria and really enjoying the local sounds from a local instrument, the blend of that is what we now call Afro Kalangu. So it's still Afrobeat, but it's just a fusion of Kalangu sounds from northern Nigeria.
Fascinating. And I like the talk about fusion. Now they talk about music as a tool of cultural diplomacy, integration, and of course the potential for export. From where you sit, I take you would have been interacting with Caribbean music, whether it's soca
definitely.
in Trinidad, whether it's reggae in Jamaica, dancehall in. What would you say is which form of music would have had the most impact on you so far?
So,
Better say reggae.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Music is our ancestral language. I feel like this is how our ancestors get to us, and it's a universal sound, like they say. The steel pan from Trinidad, Ganawa music from Morocco. Do you understand what I'm saying? All of that fused together is really what is possible to really create a new genre from these different parts of Africa and the Caribbean. And I grew up listening to Bob Marley. In fact, I think the whole of Nigeria at some point were listening to reggae music as the #1 sound in the world. We grew up on reggae music, then moved to dancehall, Vybz Kartel, and that really influenced our music in Nigeria as a whole. I believe Afrobeat was influenced by dancehall, reggae music.
And in terms of the ecosystem, the musical ecosystem, as you've seen it, because music is a big deal, obviously. And we're talking about realignment, we're talking about reimagining the ecosystem, so to speak. How do you view the possibilities, in real terms, for your type of music to be working with Caribbean producers to make another fusion style emerge and become, impactful on the global stage? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, very possible. Like I said, Afro Kalangu itself is a fusion of Afrobeat and the Kalangu sound. The difference is just the sound, is the instrument that's played on it. When we were coming in today, I saw some drummers outside, And I felt like, wow, these people could actually be part of my band because they play, it's basically same instruments, we just play them differently. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I feel like it's so easy because the Africanness in us, we hear music without even, like, you don't have to play the music before we hear it, we just hear music. Music is us. So we can blend any sound, the Afro Kalangu sound, the Afrobeat sound, and the Caribbean music can be blended anytime, and it's very, very possible.
All right, great. One last question for you, though. As it's all about making money.
Yeah.
The application of the intellectual property issues, so to speak. Many times people will say stakeholders, particularly the creatives within the music industry, are not real business people. And therefore, if we are going to invest resources and elevate the industry, this might be a risk factor. What say you from where you sit? Is it a real consideration, or do you believe that you are all real business people who just need to be given the opportunity?
So music, we have the creatives and the people who like do the business behind the creatives. Me as a creative, I just make music because I enjoy making music, right? But we have people who look out to, do the paperwork and make sure you get paid for the sounds you make and make sure your intellectual property is protected, So personally, I feel like with people like executives like Bizu, they've been able to help us combat that over time, to make sure you get your royalties and your copyright is protected. So
I think it's perfect time to segue to Bizzle. You see, I tell about the easy name, Bizzle. Sizzle. Right. All right, Bizzle, talk to me about the same thing. There are some gaps that are said to be missing in the musical space to make sure that we optimize the returns. People want more investments, they call for more opportunities, but from where you sit as a manager within that space, what say you?
All right, thank you for that question. For me, I believe we need it I was, earlier in the year, I was at Island Music Conference with Sharon Burke, and for me, a lot of the things they spoke about are similar problems we go through in Africa, which is the same as the copyright problems or the royalty problems. And the real issue about it is the government don't really care about those things because for them, they don't see the value. Not until recently when the US started putting out how much the creative sector is making, when the government heard how much artists made off iTunes and Spotify, they're like, okay, they're now taking it serious, and more government officials in Africa are trying to make sure that the rights of people are being protected. They're making sure that the copyright laws are protected and practiced properly. So a lot of them are now paying more attention to it, because before, I'm not sure about in the Caribbean, but growing up in Africa, like doing music wasn't really a thing. It was just more like, yeah, you're having fun. It was a hobby. So now it's like, it's business. They're seeing how much these artists are making. They're seeing what the type of cars they're driving, houses they're buying. So they're like, okay, these people are really making money that we need to actually help them, protect their rights and help them generate more revenue for the people who are.
Taxes.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to say that, but yeah.
You must say that part, so we can collect more taxes as government.
Exactly.
And fix more roads and build more schools. Wonderful. Harold Davis, you're here in a different capacity, but certainly you have interactions with the music industry. Based on what we've been asking, what are your thoughts in terms of the ecosystem as usual and the expectations?
Thanks to it. Yes, I'm here in another capacity because I am Jamaica Business Development Corporation. So we are here about the development of the creative entrepreneurs and the entrepreneurial part of the creative industry. But I'm also a musician, as you know. So I fully understand what's going on. And yes, there is some dissonance in the ecosystem. It's very immature, it's very young, it's coming together, it's better than it was 10 years ago. But it's still not where it ought to be. I'm happy that JN and Afrexim have decided to look at the Caribbean-African trade and movement of goods and services and have prioritized the creative sector as a driver, as a leader where this is concerned. But where we sit, there is a high level of informality in the creative industries. That is a fact. So it's not as easy to finance. It's not as easy to generate structured partnerships as we think. So there is need for institutional support. There is need for capacity support to make sure that the creatives, and myself being counted, because creatives have a way to say they don't want to deal with Babylon. I don't know if you know what that means. But in this case, I may be considered Babylon, which is a problem, which I have a problem with. There's a conflict of interest. But at the same time, you have to be able to interact in a meaningful way with Babylon in order for you to really grow and internationalize as a creative industry entrepreneur. The fact is that if you look at musicians that have done well, I'm not supporting, by the way, for the musician to become an accountant and to become I'm not supporting that, none. But you need to know that you have to have these persons close to you. You have to develop a supportive ecosystem around you such that, and any of our musicians, I'm sure from Africa or Jamaica, that have done well on the shoulders of a complete ecosystem of support behind them. Yeah? I mean, I saw, if you talk about the influence of African music in Jamaica and the Caribbean, it's gone. Burna Boy concert was probably one of the biggest concerts that Jamaica has ever seen. So it's there, and of course Jamaican artists have been touring Africa for the longest while, and that is also increasing. But the fact is that you have to have a supportive infrastructure that provides to you the management support, the travel support, the financing support that is required for you to really thrive as a creative entrepreneur. And that's just where it is.
Now that we're on to you, Harold, JBDC, I'm going to speak first to Michael, then I'll come back to you about the role of JBDC, because it's essential we understand within the context of what we're discussing here. We're talking about ecosystem, and part of the ecosystem usually involves government or some agency of government that's going to really bring structure and form and facilitate support. One of the things I want to throw in the pond, so to speak, the matter of the creative industry and the players therein. Let's say for the music industry, many times you find that, and I must ask, is it a classist, what do you call it? A classist approach, where simply because, or I shouldn't say simply, but because many of these players may not be formally educated to, let's say, a university level, then the holders of power, Babylon if you call it that, as some refer to it, looks at them in a different light. In other words, it is, how you come and sit in my office is not the way it should be. And you will hear a lot of stories about Bob Marley when he started. We all celebrate him as the musical hero he is today, but go back to those stories and you will hear what the challenge was to get to that place and that point. And so maybe we are passing on many more Bob Marleys because of how we have, structured our systems, the people who we put there as holders or holding to the keys of power. Those are some of the issues we definitely must ask ourselves. But Michael, International Creative Director of Fashion, Michael showed me a picture of one of my models that he took over a decade ago. And I said to myself, are you serious? He said, yes, I met you over a decade ago. Here, So we're actually talking about collaboration from way back then. But here you are now. And, you know, it's all about the matter of the fashion industry. And that's my industry. So you talk about it from different perspectives, where the designers are concerned. And Harold will get to comment on that because he deals with a lot of that from the government side. What are your thoughts into the possibilities, collaboration between African designers or fashion players and the Caribbean/Jamaican? What are the possibilities, really, from what you see? I know the Africans are doing it, and doing it big and doing it right. You know, I mean, on many global platforms, you see the impact African designers having on mainstream fashion culture. Talk to me.
Thanks, Stuart. I think, obviously, designers in the Caribbean and Africa, there's plenty of talents. I think the issue is that connection, or the infrastructure to be able to connect the Jamaicans or the Caribbean designers and the African designers to be able to go on a bigger scale. So for me, working in the industry, I think there needs to be a lot more collaboration, deeper collaboration. There needs to be, obviously, governmental support regards to using, we've got lots of textiles, crafts, and all these things that make either the Caribbean or Africa what it is when it comes to art. And we need that, that development in regards to, rather than using the traditional methods, modernizing some of these methods to make it more cost effective. That's very important, because without that opportunity, it's quite difficult to upscale it. So in regards to, moving forward with designers from the Caribbean and say Africa, there needs to be a deeper connection, deeper collaboration. There could be, collections made between designers in Africa and designers in the Caribbean, exhibited perhaps in Lagos Fashion Week or Caribbean Fashion Week, something that needs to be a lot well thought through and exhibited on a grander scale. In my opinion, it's probably going to open up the groundwork to make it into a bigger collaboration or bigger market for the Caribbean designers and African designers.
All right, thank you. Now, Harold, we understand all levels of the fashion ecosystem within our space. And we know most times it's a matter of the scale relatability, where our designers don't understand about scaling up. Their own infrastructure, technically, or their physical infrastructure does not facilitate a certain level of productivity or production. What would you say from where you sit as some of the challenges and some of the response from your agency to accommodate advancing the cause of the design community?
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Dwight. Maybe I just back up a little bit and say a little bit about what JBDC does. Jamaica Business Development Corporation is the premier business development organization in Jamaica and in the region as well. In terms of numbers, we touch 9,000 plus entrepreneurs on an annual basis. So the large majority of our entrepreneurs are in the creative and cultural industries. And one of the critical issues, including our designers, is structure and informality as well. And that's what I was alluding to earlier. And this is what we are, as JBDC, here to do at the micro level, at the enterprise level, to help you to formalize, the structure of what it is that you're doing, access to appropriate resources, structuring your business models, just bringing you into a business space such that you can scale. Establish partnerships that you may need with appropriate persons that may support you as well, such that you can scale. I want to use the example, and I want to acknowledge Ambassador Janet as for the work that she has done with us. through the technical exchange, bringing expertise to Jamaica. And through that expertise in tie and chase and represent and so on, has created a new industry that we call Jadiri. I know there's Adiri. We call it Jadiri, the Jamaicanized version of Adiri, using our Jamaican motifs and developing our textile industries accordingly. Now, from that initiative, so yes, the skills from Nigeria were critical, but JPDC made sure that we weren't only transferring skills, we were developing businesses that were sustainable, that had structure, that had scalability, and so on. And as a result of that, training 6 years later, training almost 250 MSMEs to create a new cottage industry. We have actually gone into the export market. We're exporting products into New York, into boutique locations in New York because of this kind of initiative. So it was because of that business support and that scalability structure on top of the skills transfer that provided us with that unique competitive advantage in this textile and resulting in a new fashion. We were able to create this sustainability model that was able now to be scalable and export ready.
Thank you, Sir Davis. Now, Miss Eniolua. Oh, this is Nancy. Another easy. Thank you. Okay, great. Perhaps before too. Nancy, from your perspective, film and TV collaboration possibilities, you know, we always say we have a shared story, historically and otherwise. From your experience, your interaction, what are some of the possible collaborative efforts you think would be possible? I mean, we may not have no Nollywood here in a lady, but what do they call your Jam Pro? We're getting there, eh? Yes, we are having something to that effect. But we don't have that formal structured thing. You do have independent producers who do their own shows or their own film projects, but not on this scale, because I think what has happened in Nigeria, you have evolved, certainly. You know, you started as perhaps a few people in a community doing something. It evolved because people like the authenticity of their stories being told, and they can relate to it. And this is what we see now globally, Nollywood doing so well. Your thoughts?
Hello, everyone. Okay, hi, everyone. Hi. First, thank you so much for your patience so far. To answer your question, I feel like, first, Jollywood, I would like more information about Jollywood. And first, I'll say, how long has this industry been? How long has the Jollywood industry been?
No, it's not the Jollywood. We just said that because there's somebody using that. That's not what it's called, to be honest.
But that's where it starts.
As far as the film industry, our industry has been characterized primarily by international films coming here to shoot. However, you will have from time to time local productions, whether it's a comedy, sketch, whatever it is. But in terms of a mass-producing behemoth kind of infrastructure, we do not have that. But that's where Jam Pro is really trying to get to.
Okay.
So for example, what we love is the idea that you're sitting quite glamorous here, and you know we will have those people too in our industry. So we get that. So you know you walk in the room and say, "Is she a model?" No, she's an actress. She's from Nollywood, you know. So we get it. But I know we have the talent, we have extraordinary talent, whether it's the actors and the actresses themselves. We have people who are really great with set designers, because we have a lot of the James Bond films that have been shot here, and we have many other Hollywood type films that have made here their base. And so we see our people excel in that regard. Nollywood is a special creature, I must tell you. And it's something to emulate, it's something to understand. Right? It's really fascinating from where I sit, because Even my mother, she get into this Nollywood thing. Anytime I go home on weekends, don't believe it or not, and she's in her 70s with her brother, and they watch, no joke, only Nigerian films. And I can't understand it. Not to say it's not good, but just the relatability, it's frightening. So we have to now understand, what can we do? Frightening in a good way.
Okay,
Right.
so I'll just speak up here because I was talking about, Jollywood, and I feel for every industry, for there to be a collaboration, there has to be an industry. It has to be called something. We have to start with building first. Nollywood is not just starting now. It's spanned over so many years, from the 90s, early 90s, up until now. So what we've been able to do is build a structure, across the years. So just like you have Hollywood, and I feel like even Nollywood started just like this, just the way we're laughing about Jollywood, and and it becomes a thing. So it was Hollywood, and I feel like other industries just went and said, okay, I'll be Nollywood, I'll be Bollywood, and all the words that you have in the world. So first, it has to be belief in yourself as an industry. I'm hoping that the next time I ask this question, there won't be a long answer to it, because when you have that confidence of having your own industry, that's where it starts, because the collaboration you're asking for, if Hollywood comes to you and says, okay, what collaboration are you asking for? Who am I collaborating with? Who are the producers? Who are the actors? What is the answer? Are we talking about how Hollywood comes here and does other things, or there's exports, or you're consuming, or are we talking about how there's belief in your actors here, in your producers here, in your stories? So it starts from your stories. Nollywood got birthed from the need to tell our original stories. And now across the world, people are watching our stories, people are giving our mannerisms. They say, oh. So it started with us first believing in ourselves, putting in money. You would not believe if I tell you that most massive productions from Nollywood are individually produced, independently produced, meaning I can wake up and say, I only have $1 million in my account, and I'm willing to put 900,000 on a film, and I'm ready to bet and believe that it's going to come out. Take that risk. So in order for there to be collaboration, so in order for there to be collaboration, first, I feel like the Jamaican people should believe in their actors, in themselves, create that, build something, so that by the time people are coming to you, you're not begging for collaborations. You're not asking. It is something that they're coming, they're getting value of it, and which is what Nollywood is doing now. Now we have films like Blood Sisters, which is what I featured in. Blood Sisters was such a commercial success that we had people like Idris Elba, Kiki Palmer. I saw Idris Elba in Lagos, and he was like, you're not going to kill me, oh. That is Idris Elba. He's seen my film. Yes. He knows my face. Just by watching a Nollywood film that a producer, Mo Abudu, believed in a story that she believed in, and took to Netflix, and they bought the idea, and it became a global phenomenon, one of the highest watched series out of Africa. Yes. Believe in ourselves. So yes, I feel like collaborations are very possible, but first there has to be
with a structure.
A structure. You have to say a Jollywood. And I don't think it should be anything to laugh about, because there's serious cash, and there's serious influence, and there's serious value that can be gotten out of that. And I truly believe that. Yeah.
Absolutely powerful. Now, before we're wrapping, but you see the interest. That's why I wanted to do this part of it. You are very animated about what you do, and you speak very much about the idea of believing in self. And one of my observations certainly is the idea that your stories are told in what I consider to be an unapologetically authentic way. You don't care. This is our story. You don't like it, go about your business. And I think that level of confidence is what really has allowed the industry to evolve as it has. Now you have Idris Elba and them coming to Nollywood. It's remarkable, because they're coming to your space because they appreciate what you have given out. We're going to get there, right, Jam Pro? But thank you for that incredible feedback. And listen.
And just to say something about the confidence, and you seeing it in the films, I think it's just us as a people. He's a Nigerian, you can tell. I've walked into the airport and sometimes when you're like, are you Nigerian? I'm like, yes. And that's us as a people. We're not even trying to sell you anything.
Absolutely.
Every single Nigerian
Authentic.
Oga, you know what they call Oga? Boss in
Yeah.
their own rights. Like we might not even have something to eat, but we're gonna show you that our bosses, nobody can buga us. Jeez, I'm using too many Nigerian lingos. I can't help it. And that's us, and that's what you see in our
Yes,
stories. We're not
yes,
afraid to
yes.
use our lingos. We're not afraid to speak up. We're not afraid to square up and talk. I mean, you might beat us down, but we still would project, and that's what you see in our films.
Absolutely
Really,
important.
it's true life. So if you're coming to
Authentic.
Nigeria, the first time when you come, know that you're dealing with people who are very authentic. So don't get what's the word now? Don't get intimidated
Right.
when the person dragging your box is like, give my money. Don't get, it's just us, man.
Well said, well said, well said. Round of applause for her. Now, the shared perspectives have been interesting. We've gotten some remarkable feedback and understanding of what lies where our ambitions are concerned. Mutual respect, mutual understanding and appreciation, the fact that collaboration definitely has to happen. Our shared stories, I believe, have a place on the international platforms. I believe we have our work to do. One of the things, or the challenge, as you indicated, structure. They are unapologetic. The Nigerians want structure. Who are we going to talk to? Who do we relate to? Who is the boss to relate to the boss? Well said. And thanks for that. Thank you, Morel, Michael, Harold, Nancy, and Bizzle. We did sizzle. Thank you so much. And you want Q&A? You want to ask a question? Okay. All right, come, Miss Linton. Borrow my mic.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon again, everyone. Madam Nancy, you are absolutely correct. I would like to say that the Jamaica Film Commission resides at JAMPRO, and we recognize the value of telling our own stories. The government of Jamaica also recognizes that, and as a result, I spoke briefly about a $1 billion Jamaican fund that the government has put up to develop the film sector. So we are putting structures in place, and film in Jamaica is very old. I think Dwight spoke to the James Bond series being written here, but they also started filming here. And on the 25th anniversary, recently, a few years back, they did come back to shoot in Jamaica because this is where it all began. So we are putting in the work. We are doing what we're doing. And when we went to Nigeria last year, we spoke with your minister, we met with your film commissioner, Ali, and we had the conversation. So we have seen the blueprint and we are working towards. So we are now speaking co-production. We are now speaking co-production. So soon and very soon, we'll be saying, wala, wala ha? Is that it? So wahala, yes.
Thank you so much. I think that's it. Thank you all for being so attentive and responsive. One more question. Then I'll tell you if I wrap up in, but guess what? All right, go ahead. Go ahead, my dear.
Nancy, I want everyone here to write my email address because I don't have business cards. It's shereeblogs@gmail.com. About a year.
Spell it out.
SHEREE, Sheree, blogs, BLOGS @gmail.com. The reason I want that is I will be needing assistance to produce the movie that Nancy will hopefully star in.
You're putting her on the spot.
About a year ago. About a year ago, I conceptualized the movie based on some events in my life, and it basically will show the relations between indigenous religions and Christianity and how we ought to be more empathetic towards each other. And so if I can get 99 of one side, Rastafarians, to be specific, and 99 Christians, just giving you a hint to save Nancy. All right? And so, you know, there are 90 and 9, and if you really love somebody, you will show up for one. You like the concept? Yeah. Can't tell you too much, you know, a year ago. No, I said I would love Nancy to do that. There's just no way. There's no way. All right? About 3 nights ago, I went over because I keep getting new additions, and I'm like, I need a team to fill in the gaps where I can, because, yeah, so I'm going to get a team. 2 nights ago. And I was like, well, I guess I'll have to probably do the movie myself because I can't get Nancy. How is it that I'm in a room with my all-time favorite influencer, Nancy Isime? How? All right, so her price went up just by touching down on Jamaica, okay? And then because we want her to be happy, we have to pay her maybe even double what she's asking because she's worth it. So email me. Let's make it happen. I'm very grateful for the conversations we've had. We need the funding, we need the creativity. And so I just want to put it out there that the ideas were churning before the event happened, and you're paving the way. So we look forward to it. I love you so much, and thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thanks.
You manifested, don't worry, it's happening soon.
I tell you, good energy is moving through the room. Good, good, good. All right, ready to wrap, Miss Host?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. A round of applause for our panelists. And a big thank you to Mr. Peters for so ably guiding the discussions on this segment, Creative and Digital Economy Exchange. Thank you so much. Thank you, panelists. You all did well. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we are way behind our schedule. I now invite Miss Bethia Idoko, Lisa Gay Shakespeare, Vivian Okonkwo, Dr. Adiboye, Sheikh Tehan Nyang, and our very own Dr. Kerry Wallace for the next set of discussions. And so this set of discussion will be centered around tourism and cultural exchange as economic diplomacy. And the moderator for this segment will be Ms. Bethia Idoko. Panelists, please make your way forward. Are we missing one of our panelists?
there's, oh. Which one? Oh, okay. Okay. Here? Yeah, Miss Vivian Okonkwo. We don't know if she's around. Okay. We start without her? So do we take out the couch then? We can remove the couch. Oh, okay. So you can move over then. And then maybe I'll sit here next to you. Turns out.
Oh, crap.
Yeah.
Tell her to shoot with hers.
Okay. The Osmo?
Take the Osmo.
Yeah, that works.
You can stop it and start it again. Press the orange button. Just stop and start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bethia Idoko, and I'm a travel entrepreneur, basically a traveler. I have visited 95 countries, and the goal is to see every single country in the world. Now, travel for me is much more than movement. It's the reclaiming of our history, identity, and economic power. So today we're going to explore how tourism can be a tool for cultural diplomacy, development, and real integration between Africa and the Caribbean, using tools we have now and not the ones that we're still waiting for. So with me here today are all of these beautiful people that are going to educate us and shed more light on this raised. So I will be starting first with Mr. Sheikh Amit Inyang. So we met this morning. He was picked up from his hotel before I was picked up coming. So we had a nice conversation coming through. And so, sir, I'm going to ask, the first question will be, what role can tourism education, and cultural literacy play in preparing our region for deeper exchange?
Thank you very much.
May I sit?
And I'm glad to be here. I think if we're talking about tourism, it connects people. And connecting people means a lot to each and every person, because of the mere fact that you travel to a country to learn about how they live, about their culture, among others. And this is something that we all cherish. Wherever we go, we learn something new. And here we're talking about we're talking about persons from the same continent. We talk about the Caribbean and Africa. We have been divided by the colonial masters, and most of the people, or if not all the people from the Caribbean, were taken from Africa to here. Here we are talking about uniting people together, bringing them back to their roots. We have talked about many issues like connectivity and all that. I can say that we share the same culture, the same traditions, although we can say that some of it has been diluted in the sense we talk about wherever two people meet or of different cultures, there is the notion of having it diluted, a Coca-Cola culture, we call it. And we have looked at various possibilities of bringing our people closer together. And as such, we need to look at how we can do it together in a way where the culture of our great-grandfathers is brought back to life. We have regional bodies that exist in our various regions. We can use those bodies to connect us. We have CORICOM, we have ECOWAS, we have the SADC countries, among others, who are all groups of the different nations that are within the continent, be it in Southern Africa, West Africa, East Africa, all those have regional groups. How can we use these groups to unite us? Uniting us is something that we need to start thinking of because of the mere fact that every one of us will have something to learn from each other. Because obviously here we talk of heritage. There are certain things that exist in Africa that also exist in the Caribbean. Here we're talking about how do we interpret them? Are we interpreting those heritage that our great-grandfathers left behind? Are they interpreted the same? We need to have one unified interpretation. In the Gambia and probably parts of West Africa, we have what we call the griots. They are known historians, and they are the ones that most of the time bring back history to life. Some of these griots, they play kora. I'm sure most of you who follow the music scenes know Sona Jobate. If we talk of Sona Jobate, he's the cultural ambassador of the Gambia. We have also Jaliba Kuyate. And these are griots from the Grioit family who interpret the past for us to know what exists in the past. And bringing us together could also be done through educational institutions. We are talking of unifying each other, and it could be done through tourism. When we talk of tourism, I always use this proverb to say that it can cook your food and it can also burn your house. Tourism has three pillars. You have the economic, the social, and the environmental. And these three pillars are the backbone of the tourism industry. Most of us here come from countries that depend on tourism. Jamaica, like the Gambia, depends a lot on tourism for our survival. We are talking of educating our people to be service-oriented. And we need to collaborate in terms of the institutions we have that teach tourism and hospitality to be able to have a unified system, if not a unified system, but how best we can cooperate to be able to serve the people who come with us. Because most of us, the tourists who come from other countries come with different cultures, and we have to be prepared to be able to serve them. And these are things that we need to work on so that at least we can have a unified educational system whereby we can collaborate in all these areas. We're talking about roads again. I'm sure most of you would have seen the Alex Haley's routes, which we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of Alex Haley's routes. And these are areas where we can collaborate, knowing each other better, coming to discover our roads. In Africa, we have started this sort of connecting each other, and I'm sure you must have about Ghana, trying to encourage people from the diaspora to come and settle in the Gambia. And in fact, I was not expecting to be in the panelists. I had prepared a presentation, which I had shown slides about Stevie Wonder, returning to his roots. He's now based in Ghana. A number of other prominent artists. And in celebrating the 50th of the Roots, we are organizing a festival that would bring a number of people from the Caribbean and from the diaspora to come to the Gambia. And this will happen in the May 2026. I'm inviting all of you to come to the Gambia. I would exchange cards with you so that at least when we are ready with the program, we will share it with you. We have a number of festivals that exist in the Caribbean that depletes the African culture. We have a number of festivals in the Gambia, and in Nigeria we have the Calabar Carnival, among others. We have the Voodoo Festival in some of the Caribbean countries. These are areas where we can connect culturally, and we should not lose sight that all of us have an important role to play in bringing back all of us to our roots.
Yeah.
So far, so good, madam.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir. I typically have 2 questions for everyone. However, I think we're far spent with time. So I would make that 1 per person. I think I was biased. I should have started with Lisa Shakespeare, but just because we wrote together, I decided you go first. So Lisa Shakespeare, it's nice to have you. And your question here, by the way, we met already. We sat next to each other, so we've been acquainted. What, in your opinion, do you think is the most promising bilateral tourism opportunity between Africa and the Caribbean today? And how do you think the government or the private sectors can, come in to structure this much better?
Thank you for that question. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon at this point. So my name is Lisa K. Shakespeare, and I'm a Jamaican-born travel entrepreneur, content creator, and founder of Shakespeare Agency, where I curate group trips across Africa and the Caribbean. So I've been doing this since 2019, and I've brought hundreds of travelers to destinations such as Ghana, South Africa, Senegal, Sierra Leone, throughout the Caribbean as well, of course here in Jamaica, Curacao, Aruba, and more. And my work focuses on bridging that gap between the Caribbean and Africa, because I'm very passionate about the motherland. And I remember my first trip to Africa was to Ghana, and I literally had chills when I landed. The immigration officer took my passport, and I traveled with my Jamaican passport, because with a US passport, you have to pay the visa. And I'm like, nope, give to the Jamaican passport here. And he said, welcome home, sister. Yep. And that gave me chills. I literally almost cried. And then when the tears came was when I walked outside, well, not directly outside, but eventually I saw an ackee tree, and I lost it. I called mommy and I said, mommy, you're not gonna believe I'm looking at an ackee tree in Africa. But then it makes sense. This is where our roots are from. This is where our ancestors are from. And so I was obsessed since then. I did a DNA test, and I was like, okay, I need to know where my roots are. And of course, it was like 28% Ghanaian. Nigeria was right there, though, right there with 26%. And I have this, I want to travel now to every African country, just to rediscover my roots. And that's where the passion came from me, for the tourism, and to also bring people along, because as an influencer, I share a lot on my page, and I share everything that I travel and do, and people are really inspired and like, how are you doing this? Yeah. Even during COVID, I was still traveling. I'm a rebel, and I think like a lot of people really connect with me as a genuine, authentic storyteller. And that's one way, that we can do that, is content-led storytelling, because as an influencer and as a storyteller, I'm opening up the pathway for others who don't have that opportunity, or who feel like it's not feasible to go to the African country and explore it. You would know, a lot of people didn't know that as a Jamaican, you don't need a passport to go to some of these countries. And I feel like that's something that, that story needs to be told, and we need to be able to drive that visual content for them. And also, going back to the group trips, just, cultural reconnection tours. There's a strong demand from the diaspora to go back to Africa and reconnect with that history, and vice versa. Because when I make these group trips, I'm working with individuals in these countries, in South Africa, in Ghana, in Senegal, and they want to come to the Caribbean. The minute I say I'm Jamaican, it's like, oh my God, tell me more. What's your food like? What are you eating? What kind of music? We love Bob Marley, we love Vybz Kartel, and I'm like, I love Burna Boy, and I love all these other people. And the synergy is there, and they want to come, but it's so hard. I'm actually getting married this November here at Half Moon, by the way. And thank you. One of my guides, he's my brother, and he wants to come to the wedding, and he says he can't find the way to get a visa. It's so difficult because he has to either come through the U.S. or come through London, and it's just transit visas are hard to get, so that's another issue. And it's just it's frustrating to see, because I know that there's people here, even in Jamaica. I'm Jamaican. I have family here who have never even left Jamaica but would want to, but it's just difficult. And me being someone that is able to do that because I had the opportunity to study in the US and I'm now a citizen there, and I have this passion for travel, everyone really looks to me for inspiration, but I want to do more than just inspire you. I want to take people there. And my audience right now is mostly Americans that go to Africa, but there's a few Caribbean people, but I want to broaden that. I want us to know that we can go out there by me doing it, and traveling with my Jamaican passport is very important, And I want us to there's opportunities for heritage and festival linkages. There's Afrochella, or no, it's Afrofuture now, that's in Ghana. And there's other festivals around, and why are we not partnering with the Caribbean, mixing that with like a carnival, mixing that with, our Sumfest here in Jamaica. And, I actually am launching a festival myself in Zanzibar called Black to Zanzibar. And it's basically going to be a Juneteenth celebration to celebrate us as Black people and going back to the motherland, because we were stolen from Africa, as Bob Marley said. And I want us to be able to celebrate that, and for us to really feel like, we're one, because we really are. Like the thing says, Caribbean and Africa unite, and we should. We're brothers, we're sisters, and this whole festival is going to be a 3-day festival where we're bringing over 200 people to Zanzibar to celebrate the motherland, to celebrate our freedom, to celebrate Black history, Black culture, Black excellence. We're going to have a Met Gala style dinner where we're going to dress up in our African gear and just, bringing all the flair. We're going to go on a boat, on a yacht, go to a beach club. It's going to be amazing, and people want that. They want to... A lot of people want to get out of America right now, And so everyone is like, yes, how can we go back to the motherland? So I think those are some of the things that we can do. And how the government can get involved is, a lot of the embassies can make things easier, tour companies, airlines, even hotels, just by being able to partner with people like myself, or just, in general, the embassies, in making sure that we're not creating a block, because the demand is there. I'm telling you, I get DMs often, I get comments often, people are inboxing me, asking how they can travel with me, and this is how I'm in the business.
Amazing. I just sat here listening to her when she was talking about visas. I'm Nigerian, and I travel on a Nigerian passport. And I have been to 94 countries. Trust me, the visa processes, even within Africa, is just such a chore. Now I'm African. There are about 54 African countries. Yes. As a Nigerian, I need 35 visas to travel within Africa alone.
Wild.
So that in itself is such a problem. Now, prior to June, I had been to only 12 African countries prior to June. But I'm almost done with the entire Europe, but I'm an African. Recently I decided, you have to push through it. This is your continent. If you're telling stories from other continents, you need to tell some from yours as well. And I went to about 4 African countries: Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea Conakry, and Senegal for the first time. And the difference, it was 7-Up. The difference, you just forget, or sometimes you just don't know what it is that you have, as opposed to what you think is much better out there. As somebody who has been through countless airports abroad, I have had to cry at some airports. I've had viral videos of myself crying at some airports because I was poorly treated. But then I went to Africa in July. African countries. And just like she said, they're saying, oh, welcome home.
oh, welcome. And I'm looking at them and I'm thinking, are they talking to someone behind me? But it's actually me. This is not the kind of stuff I get when I travel to Europe or any of those other countries. I mean, they just welcome, move through, do what you have to do. But it's different. The warmth that we feel, the warmth that we exude naturally as African people, I almost forgot it because I was too much in Europe. Yeah, I was out there. But I'm so glad that June this year opened my eyes to seeing that we're different as a people, and the more we embrace ourselves, the much better, you know. So thank you so much for that very brilliant input. I really do hope that somehow we're able to open up tourism to ourselves. For now, even if it's just between Africa and the Caribbeans, which is why we're here, I think it's just so important. We're actually one family, like Sheikh said, that was divided and put in separate destinations, but we're pretty much the same. We are. I haven't felt any difference since I've been here. I haven't had people stare at me like I'm walking around without clothes. Oh. You know, like it's normal. I'm looking at people normally, they're looking at me normally. It's a whole different feeling that I want to keep having over and over and over again. So I'm really grateful for platforms and opportunities like this. You know, thank you so much, Lisa. I will be going to the next panelist now. And that will be, okay, well, Vivian is not here, so it will be
Nancy.
Okay. One second. Okay, so that will be Dr. Muyiwa. Yes, you were right, that's you. So you have made a long and difficult journey from Nigeria to the Caribbean over 20 years ago. And it's still nearly impossible as of today to come here without a transit visa. What does this say about our current mobility challenges and how we can create easier paths for cultural and heritage travelers between our regions?
You went with a difficult question.
Sorry.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you to those who stayed behind. I'm a physician, and you know we are mobile, so I finished medical school, and at the time I finished in Nigeria, a lot of us were leaving the country. Better opportunities to go train and hopefully come back. So that's where I found myself, and my opportunity came in Grenada.
Yeah.
The easiest way to get to Grenada from Nigeria would have been Lagos, London, Grenada, right? But I needed a British transit visa. I went to the High Commission in Lagos and I got an interview for August for a job that was starting in July.
Wow.
That's one. Two, I tried the one in Abuja and they were not sure I guaranteed where I was going, so they felt I was a risk, which meant I would likely stay back in England rather than going on to Grenada because I'm a physician and it might be better for me, you know. So what I ended up doing, so Lagos, London, Grenada would have been maybe 20 journey that started off in Lagos to Amsterdam, to Caracas, Venezuela, to Port of Spain, Trinidad, eventually to Grenada. So I left Lagos on Wednesday night, and I got to Grenada Saturday night, eventually. This was in 2001. I've left out all the different embassies I've visited, trying to get a transit visa in between all of that, and I left out the fact that I had to send my passport to the Grenadian embassy in London to get a Grenadian visa, which I did not need to prove the fact that I was actually going to Grenada. So I told Elizabeth that story. She was like, oh my God, you have to be on this panel, you have to talk about this and things like that. When I got to Grenada, I mean, there's been relationships between Nigeria and Grenada in terms of physicians and things like that for a long time, and I think it's the same with Jamaica too. Somebody told me their story, they had to go through Cuba. Wow. You know, so that tells you that things have been crazy for a while. And shortly after that was the conversation, I think President Obasanjo came to Trinidad for the Commonwealth Heads of Governments visit in 2006 or so, and there was beginning to be talk about travel between the Caribbean and Africa Nothing really happened until 2020 when Air Peace did the first flight from Lagos to Jamaica. And that hasn't happened again since. What about the reverse? You know, Lisa Gay here was talking about people here. Anytime I go anywhere in the Caribbean, I'm a consumer, so I travel all over. I can say I've been to almost every Caribbean island possible. Anytime I go anywhere and I tell them I'm Nigerian, because of course they hear you speak, oh, you must be from Nigeria, oh, I love Nollywood, you know, all the things we've talked about. So thank you, Nancy, because you're helping with that. Yeah. Anytime I go, you know, people are like, but you know, I want to visit one day. And that's what, even here in the last few days, I purposely flew into Kingston because I've never been into Kingston. And everybody I met was like, oh, you're from Africa? Oh my goodness, I'd like to go back, I'd like to visit. It boils down to the lack of connectivity, the lack of transport. There's been stories about people who got scholarships from Ghana to go to come here and they couldn't come because of visas. There have been stories about Nigerian models who couldn't get to Paris because of visa issues. These things still exist. As a Nigerian, you're seen as a risk. 1986, I think that was the year the UK imposed visas on both Nigeria and Jamaica. Before 1986, as a Nigerian, as a Jamaican, you did not need a visa to travel to London. You did not. You could just book your flight, get on the plane, go, and come back. 1986 summer, we were all going to go on a trip, and it was like, poop, you need visas. Spent countless hours in front of the British Embassy, but because we're traveling as a family, we're like, well, you're traveling with a family, you should be fine. But we had an older person. So these things are still there. And now, yesterday, there was just the news about for you to apply for a US visa now, right? There's the cost. And then there's now, I forgot what the fee was. There's a name for it, such that if you stay longer, thank you very much. There's now an extra fee to the visa cost, you know, that's now going to be imposed. Not just Nigerians. I heard this story here in Jamaica. So this was on the news here in Jamaica. So I'm sure it's going to be everywhere. So basically, seeing you as a risk, they see us as a risk. You know, the one thing about us that has been common all along is Nigerians and Jamaicans, we're the same. We're family, we're blood. We share so much in common that if we unite, if this happens, we're going to be a threat to the world. We already are individually. So imagine what the collective would now do. And you know, people are trying to prevent that, right? So the main thing now is, I'm glad Afrexim Bank is here, GN Bank is there, all these people are there trying to put things in place to make sure that, you know, I think it's a matter of trust. It's a matter of mitigating risk. These things have been said over and over again. And you know, we've talked about electronic visas. Why can't that happen? Exactly. You know, if I travel from Lagos to Jamaica on a direct flight, can I not go from Jamaica then to Grenada, to Trinidad and all that? Can there not be a common visa for all of those like you have for Schengen? That has been talked about already today. These are some of the things because there are people out there who are hungry. Who want exposure. They are seeing these things. Social media has made the world a small village right now. There are people seeing things and they want to experience what they're seeing. I see the world through books as well. I read a lot. Last month was what you call the Read Caribbean Month because it's also Caribbean Heritage Month. And there's somebody here, Jamaican, Cindy Allman, who, okay, Miss Linton, you know Cindy, right? I met Cindy online. I've met her in Jamaica. No, I've met her in Trinidad in person. Cindy's a great person. She's been championing this thing. You know, there's festivals that happen here. Treasure Beach is one of them. There's Ake Book Festival in Lagos. Can we not have some kind of collaboration? I think Ake 2 years ago, there was a Jamaican publisher who was in Ake when Cindy was there, and she was posting about all of these things. Treasure Beach is every 2 years here in Treasure Beach. I want to come to Treasure Beach sometime, you know. Is that something that can be, you know, connected? I've been chatting. I'll keep quiet. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
as how everyone, almost everyone is saying the same thing. I mean, it shows how needed, how important, it really is. So the next question for you, or not you, the next panelist is Dr. Carrie Wallace. And I have a question for you.
Sure.
So based off what everyone has been saying today, how can the tourism board better position the Caribbean as a homecoming destination for the African market? And what types of campaigns or partnerships have successfully attracted African travelers to the Caribbean?
All right, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. And thanks for your patience as well. So great to be here, and I hear the pain of the visa issues and the transportation issues and so on. And I believe that's a key factor that we have to consider. The real answer to get critical mass is to get direct flights. I think we will continue to have just limited travel between nations if it has to be 3, 4, 5 stops, visas in between, and so on. What we really want to aspire to is having direct flights coming in. Now, to do that, the airlines will tell you they want to have critical mass. They have to have the load factors that make the economics work for those flights coming over. And so it has to be a systematic plan. I believe this is a great start, having panel discussions like this, of how each of our nations will highlight the opportunities, the tour opportunities in the other countries to create more interest and more demand. Because now we're living in a time where technology is so advanced that once you decide to do anything, the algorithms pick that up because they see what you're searching for, they see what you're looking at, they know your income, they know everything about you, more than you even know, and they'll be able to predict the type of demand that we'll have. And I promise you the airlines are using all that to make the determination of whether they put in flights, direct flights between destinations. And so the question therefore becomes, how can we harness what makes us attractive to each other? In the Caribbean, I mean, we have so much going for us, starting with we have the bluest waters on planet Earth. Not sure if you guys knew that. The whole planet, the bluest waters are in the Caribbean. Did you know that the Caribbean is the #1 cruise destination on the planet? Yep. Right? The Caribbean is the most tourism-dependent region on the planet as well. Our people, the background, so many came from Africa, some came from India, some came from China, some came from Syria. All that has created a tapestry of our peoples that has made it so diverse, and it translates into our culture, our food, our cuisine, or even you mentioned the ackee tree, but the other trees that were planted. I mean, weed came from India, right? And Jamaica has a reputation of one of the best now. So the point is, we're so rich in offerings as a tourism region that highlighting those can lure more and more persons, not just from Africa, from all over the world, but including Africa. I think what bonds us strongly is the boldness of our people. Because when I heard Lisa Gay describe the boldness of the Nigerians, I'm saying, hang on, that sounds exactly like Jamaicans. We walk into our people must know, right? And so that's why we dominate on the track and so on. That's why we do so well in music. Give us a chance, we're going to shine. And I think that creates a pride amongst all people that look like us. In fact, I dare say that this world is overdue a first world nation that's predominantly black. Yes. And the question becomes, which one of us will do it, right? Now, Africa not only has tourism, you have gold, you have diamonds, you have copper, you have oil. Fine, you're blessed with a lot of things that you can convert those industries into the spread of wealth amongst your people that can take you to first world levels, develop standards. For the Caribbean, a lot of it hinges on tourism. Yes, Guyana found oil, great, and you can see their pace of growth. Last year alone, they grew the fastest on the planet of every miner. They're coming from a bit behind, but they're like at 60-something% growth several years in a row. Trinidad has oil as well too, but the rest of the Caribbean, predominantly, our gold is our tourism assets, our rivers, our beaches, our waterfalls, our mineral spas, our blue holes, our luminous lagoons, and those kind of things. And the great thing is that they're not just there, or not just ordinary, or not just average. They are like best in the world levels. We win in Jamaica best beaches almost every year in the world. Dunn's River Falls is the #1 attraction in the Caribbean. I put it in perspective. Jamaica can fit into Australia 700 times. Wow. And do you know that our Blue Mountain peak is taller than every mountain in Australia? There's no mountain in Australia taller than our Blue Mountain peak. How are we just so overblessed as a country and as a region? But that spells opportunity, because here's something else that has happened to us that is so exciting for us alive in this generation. It is the proliferation of technology that has created huge amounts of opportunity for this generation that our previous generations never had. The ability to showcase, for instance, all this beauty I spoke about to the world, to somebody in Lagos or somebody in Gambia. 10, 20 years ago, it was so limited to those who owned the media companies. A lot of money had to be spent, expensive travel magazines, expensive commercials to get there. Today, everybody has a media producing device in their pockets. And so you take a stunning shot, it goes viral, and you have millions of eyes seeing that. And everybody's saying, where is that? And of course, the swiftness of the eagerness that it creates provides that opportunity for collaboration, for that opportunity for increased demand. That translates into flights, that then translates into bookings, that then translates into trips going back and forth. So even what Lisa Gay is doing, and I know she's great at social media because I see the stories. I never met her before in my life, but I've seen the stories. So when she started talking, I'm like, hang on, I've been watching that. Yeah. And the point is, each of us in our various regions, it's no longer just the leader or the organization or the government agency, a cluster of 20, 30 people who have the responsibility. No, it's all the millions of us who can wake up to the opportunities that we have sitting on the goal, the tourism assets in the Caribbean, promoting it, marketing it, and so on, and then it translates into bookings, then it translates into revenue, into income, because tourism is one of those industries that have what we call instant convertibility. What do I mean by that? That is where, instead of, if you're making a chair, you have to buy raw material, you have to fabricate it, and you have to upholster it and all that, and then package, and then ship, and export, and then wholesale, then retail, and before the first dollar comes back. Tourism is not like that. Tourism, you stay here, and it's the visitor that comes. In fact, they send the money here before because of the book ahead. And when they come, with the day a cruise ship comes into port, is the day money starts transferring into the pockets of the locals here. And so the other thing too is it's not like other minerals or so on that may be in a certain area, a certain region, clustered in a certain region. So therefore the wealth of it is limited to a few. Tourism assets are diversified. It's all over the country. You can drop a visitor anywhere randomly in Jamaica within a 5-mile radius. You can find enough of an experience, a beach or a river or a waterfall or a blue hole or mountain valley or people. All that make for a fantastic travel experience. That's more than the value of what they will pay to come here. In fact, Jamaica has the #1 repeat rate in the Caribbean. So once people come, they haven't gotten enough, they have to make sure they come back. And so we are sitting on a phenomenal opportunity, because even the technology not only democratizes opportunities to market to the market, source markets, to advertise to the source markets, but technology allows every single person to make money from tourism. Think of Airbnb, think of Uber. These are technologies that, again, weren't around 10, 20 years ago. Yeah. But today, a Rasta man in the mountains cooking Blue Mountain coffee on a coal pot, he has the ability with his phone to take pictures, create content, market that service, and set up a business on these platforms and start getting bookings. I mean, I was happy to see the banking sector in the first panel, because they have a role to play to make that Rastaman, make it easy for him to have an account, to be able to have the transfers into his account and so on. That's all, like visas, there are some challenges where that's concerned as well. But the opportunities, I am sincerely excited about the opportunities that we have today for us to take what we've been blessed with and convert it to wealth for our people. And I jump out of bed, my team and myself at the Tourism Enhancement Fund, jump out of bed every day dedicated to achieving that goal.
Thank you so much for that really amazing submission. But like you rightly stated, we live in an era where I think we only need to take advantage of some of the really easier ways of doing business. I mean, back in the day, we had just very few traditional forms of advertising or letting anyone know about your business, which typically, at least within my time, was either radio or TV, which was also too expensive for the average person to harness. But today, anyone can be their own media. I mean, Elizabeth, the convener of this event today, she found me on social media. That's how we found each other. And there have been so many other people that I found on social media. Business-wise, it's been so easy. Okay, I do visas. I want to curate a group trip. I just put it up on my platform. And before you know it, people start to come. And people trust you if you've been able to show a bit of track history. And it's unbelievable. I mean, I'm here at a conference, but I'm still making money back home. I have inquiries, some I haven't responded to. Some I was able to respond to while I was here. I promise you, 10, 15 years ago, that was completely impossible. You know, but today it's easy to be seen, and it's easy to put out what you do. It's easy to market and manage your own business by yourself. You know, and that, I think, is a huge game changer, such a huge game changer for the tourism industry. So for me, when I was much younger, I've always been very curious about travel, even when I could not travel. And then what we had were encyclopedias. So then it was such a big deal. You know, I flipped through the pages, I'm seeing countries, I'm like, oh my God, I would love to go here. Then it became a little better. There was Encarta. You could put it on your big PC, and then you see the pictures, real life. This is no longer pages. And, you know, it grew. But now we have Instagram. I can see any corner of the world. Most of the places I travel to are influenced by the media. So I see somewhere, I'm like, oh my God, where is this? I follow until I find out where it is, and I start to make plans. Of course, as a Nigerian passport holder, the first thing is, what are the visa requirements? You know, and then I make arrangements, and I want to see it. So I think we actually live in an age where if we take more advantage of what we have, it gets better. And since the social media, tourism has really grown. Because sometimes some people need to see before they act. And what the media has done for us is show and tell. So show and tell has made it so much easier, you know, but then we have to translate it and bring it back with the connection of Africa and the Caribbean. Now, something really remarkable happened for me. Like I mentioned to you all, I've just been traveling Europe and Americas and everywhere else. But within my own continent, it was just 12 countries. And I'm like, no, I have to push past. And the first African country after 12 was Liberia. So like she said, I'm there and they're telling me, welcome home, welcome to Liberia, and everyone is smiling, and I'm surprised because this is not what I'm used to. First of all, they'll have to scrutinize my passport and really look and ask me all sorts of questions. No one asked me any questions. So I felt so welcomed. Now the lady who sat next to me on the plane, she was coming from Ghana. So if you take an Air Peace flight to Liberia, they will stop in Ghana, people get off, more people come on, and then the next stop is Liberia. So she got on from Ghana. And she was all chatty, she was just talking. It was interesting to see how relaxed she was. I mean, it was like I was talking to my sister. And when we landed in Liberia, she was like, no, don't take a taxi. I'll take you to your hotel. Now, my hotel was 1 hour, 30 minutes away from the airport. So Liberia, to get to the places where you'd want to stay if you visit Liberia, is far from the airport. She drops me off at the airport. Her son comes down from the car, helps me with my suitcase all the way to the reception. She waits until they hand me my room key before she leaves. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm not used to this with my travels. And like that wasn't enough. The next day when I set off to the place I wanted to visit in Liberia, it's called the Blue Lake. It's a 3-hour trip from Monrovia. So we get to the border. After 2 hours, you get to the border, to the county now where I was going. And it was only when I got there I was told that that place is no longer a tourist destination. It's now a mining site because they closed it down for tourists and they're mining there now. I was like, oh my God, I came all the way for this. This is why I'm in Liberia, They're like, oh, we're so sorry. Everyone was so nice, all the immigration. Before you know it, they gave me a seat to sit down, and they were like, we'll help you find a vehicle, taking you back to Monrovia. And they found a vehicle, and when I meant a vehicle, of course, maybe like a cab, something I'll pay for. But then they stopped some person that they knew, and then told him, oh, she's going to Monrovia, if you could drop her off. And he was like, no problem. And before you know it, I was in a car, and when I got into a conversation with the man on the passenger seat, he tells me, I told him I came to see the Blue Lake, but it's been closed. He said, you came all the way from Nigeria to see the Blue Lake? I said, yeah. Now I don't know what to do. He goes, I can take you. I said, oh no, they say it's been closed now. I mean, it's now a mining site. He said, I can take you. I'm a government official. I said, really? He said, yeah, if you really want to go, I can take you. So when we drop you off at your hotel, my driver can come pick you up tomorrow morning and bring you. And it was stuck in my mind. I'm thinking, who is this? Like, who is this person? And you won't believe what I found out. So he's the deputy county head for the very county where I was going to see the Blue Lake. And before you know it, he goes, oh, my governor would love to meet you. She's female. She likes to see women like you who travel. All I know was the next day, I was in the government house, and I'm just looking around, and they're like, oh, would you like to have lunch after you've been taken to the Blue Lake? The warmth was unbelievable. Like, I didn't believe it. And it made such an impression on me that I'm like, what have you been doing all along? This is where you should have been coming to, But then it only speaks to the warmth that we carry as Africans. I think it's innate. I think it's natural. And this is also something that we can sell. And it's why I think this new wave of Dirty December in Nigeria now is becoming such a big deal. Because now everyone wants to get a taste of it, So anyway, that's it. Thank you all so much for your time. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Your stories have been really inspiring. Well said. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And Ms. Moderator, just so you know that, if you were in Jamaica and you had that kind of experience, it would have been the same thing. Dr. Carey Wallace here, Mr. Dye over there, and Mr. Baker, Stainton Baker over there, they'll be able to open any doors anytime day or night, to get you to see whatever it is that you want to see in Jamaica. That's what we are in tourism in Jamaica. Oh, this has been very rich session today. It has been a rich, very informative, very insightful, very motivating session. And I want us to acknowledge a very dear friend of mine who was made Queen Mother in Ghana in 2019, December 2019. And I missed my trip to the motherland then because I was invited to come and be her support. But because of COVID, of course, I wasn't able to. None other than our very own Jamaican, Lorna Johnson, a former honorary consul to LA. And many of what has been said here today, it's not lost on us, and it's not that we were not aware that connectivity to the motherland is important. We all know this. However, our challenge has been connectivity, and that is direct connectivity from Africa to Jamaica. And I said it earlier, and I want to state it again, that we here in Jamaica, we have to give credit to Elizabeth Ogbula, a Nigerian who saw it fit. She's on a mission and she's passionate about connecting the motherland to the Caribbean. And she started here with Jamaica, with Air Peace Arrival. And I think it's Ambassador Olisa who said it, that we need to find the funding some way, somehow, to put into making that connectivity, that air connectivity possible, because with that will open many, many other doors. Alrighty, and ladies and gentlemen, regrettably, I have to take my leave from you. I have a meeting, and I will have to now hand over to Elizabeth to do the wrap-up. But before I do that, I'm going to invite there's a gentleman here that is going to do a presentation on the future of SME collaboration between Africa and the Caribbean, and small and medium enterprise collaboration between Africa and the Caribbean. Very, very important, because we have to take our baby steps before we can leapfrog into anything. And so now I'll invite the presenter to come forward.